response, and Mr. Chulos is going to introduce the item for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. Irma Ramirez-Bao, our Director of Human Resources, is going to speak briefly about this response.
And please let the record reflect that all board members are present, either live or here or via Zoom. Thank you. And can we quickly get the announcement of the interpreter?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
Gracias, María. All right, Irma, it's all yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chair Lopez, Board Supervisors, County Administrative Officer Charles McKee, and County Counsel Les Gerard. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today regarding my response to the civil grand jury. Also would like to take the opportunity to thank the civil grand jury for a very comprehensive analysis. As it was spoken to earlier this morning, the volunteers of the civil grand jury did take a lot of time in preparing the report, and I take their comments very seriously. I have thoroughly looked at their comments, and I hope that my response is satisfactory to the board. I welcome any comments that you may have regarding my responses to their findings and their recommendations.
Any questions from board members? Julian, can you move me over? Okay, seeing no hands up from board members, I'm going to turn to the public and see if we have any public comment. I'll remind the public participating via Zoom to please use the raise hand function, which is at the bottom of your screen, or *9 via landline in order to be recognized. Seeing no hands going up. Oh, wait, did get one. All right, I've got a landline 1805, last 3045. We're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a public comment regarding this HR response to the grand jury report. I believe it's *7 to unmute yourself on a landline.
Yes. My name is Ed Bunce. I believe I've hit the right buttons.
Yep, we got you, Ed.
Okay, thank you. The phone call wouldn't let me in. I left for your lunch break, and it just let me in. So you were about to do the grand jury report, Monument to a Failed Process.
We're still on 12, which is the Human Resources Building and Maintaining a Productive Workforce. The item you're interested in is next, 12.1.
Okay, pardon me, and do I unmute myself?
We'll go ahead and mute you, and we'll call on you for the next item. Thank you, Ed. Okay, seeing no additional public comments, I'll bring it back to the board for action. Or comment.
Move approval, and thank grand jury, move approval.
Second.
I've got a motion from Phillips, a second from Parker. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. It carries. Thank you very much, Irma. Back to you, Mr. Chulos, for 12.1, Monument to a Failed Process, same response to a civil grand jury report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this item is going to be presented by Carl Holm, the RMA Director. It has to do with the land use process involved in a cell tower permitting last year. And there was one letter that was submitted electronically to the board, and it's from a Mr. Mark Chakwin, who was a member of the civil grand jury, evidently. And in general terms, his response disagrees with some of the nuances of the RMA response, I would say. So I'm sure you've reviewed it. But now we'd like to turn it over to Mr. Holm. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Carl Holm of the Resource Management Agency. I too, as the previous couple items, would like to thank the grand jury. This was an item that needed to be brought, the attention needed to be brought forward, and they did that in a respectful manner. Brendan Swanson, who's also a panelist, if there are detailed questions, has been intimately involved in this process. And the board may recall on July 14th, We came to you as in response to a board referral on this item specifically. We had noted that there was an individual error, as well as it was missed through the manager's review process to catch that this item should have gone to the Land Use Advisory Committee for the South County. It wasn't daylighted really until it got to the zoning administrator at the public hearing, but there was a public hearing. There were public that participated in that hearing. Subsequent to the hearing, the planning managers went to the community and held meetings and talked with them, as well as follow-up communications as the permit was going through the process at the request of the community. They kept them informed along the way. So we do recognize that this was a failed process in that regards, but it was also a fair and impartial hearing. The applicant did not do anything in error. It was really on the staff side that there were errors that did occur. And as a result of that, we have changed the policy and established a broader range for notification for larger facilities such as a telecommunication tower like this that is visible from a long distance. The grand jury responses, they give us the opportunity to either agree fully, disagree partially, or disagree fully. You'll notice a number of them we respectfully disagree partially, but that's because while we agree with the findings, the regulations that we have in our zoning code are not absolute. And there's nuances in interpretation of the zoning codes. So when we say we disagree partially, the purpose of doing that is to add the context of the requirements that are in the zoning code. And so for an example, finding F3, we agreed that it was not sent to the South County LUAC, and it did need to go to the South County LUAC. However, being denied a required hearing, the land use advisory committees are not a hearing body. So it's kind of you call it semantic, but they're an advisory committee to the hearing body, which in this case was the zoning administrator. So we accept the finding that it should have gone to LUAC, didn't go to LUAC, but at the same time, it did go to the required hearing per the zoning code. So that's what we've tried to convey in our responses. Hopefully we've done it as respectfully as the grand jury has taken their role. But with that, I will conclude my comments, and if there's any specific questions on the details, Brandon is also available to help answer.
Thank you, Mr. Holm. At this point, I'll bring it back and see if there's any questions from the board at this point. Seeing no hands up, I'm going to go ahead and take it to the public. And if we could go ahead and unmute Mr. Bunce. Mr. Bunce, I know you submitted a letter that you requested that we read into the record, but it's up to you whether you want us to read in your letter or whether you'd like to make public comment. So I'm going to go ahead and open up your mic now and give you the ability to share your comments with us if you wish to do so, or we can read your letter. You let us know.
Yes, my letter says quite a bit. After listening to Mr. Holm, I would like to say I do not believe anything he said. He implied that they included the community. The community got engaged after the thing went up. So make no mistake. And anyway, what I had asked to go into the record is, number one, the letter I wrote you, and secondly is the grand jury report sent invited responses to the South County Land Use Advisory Committee, and as secretary, I assembled that and I sent that in to the judge, as well as provided a copy to you. And I'd like those to be part of this. Would it be possible for you to continue and then let me talk later? I don't want to jump in and start through all this.
Unfortunately, the process is, we're in public comment now. This is the opportunity for the public to share their comments on the report. Then we'll come back to the board for action.
Okay. So they've said this all along, the business about nuancing, and that they held a public hearing. The public hearing was restricted because only one person who was interested, who was the adjoining property, went to the hearing and told them that the site analysis was completely false, because it said it would be a stealth design and it would be in mature eucalyptus and oak groves. Well, it's 120 feet tall. There's one oak tree about 15 feet tall, 30 yards away. It's just a pristine ridgeline with one of the most beautiful views of the Nacimiento River and the Santa Lucia Range looking west in all of inland Monterey County. And now they've got this monstrosity up there, and they're acting like they didn't violate anything. So the two main points are that what he calls nuancing, I call quibbling. So there is false material information in there, and they keep talking around it, and that's all quibbling. It's either true or false. So they had a false site analysis. They failed to do an alternate site analysis. They put the thing up without notification, and the one person who went to the zoning administrator meeting told them this was all wrong, and they just dismissed him. And the zoning administrator, when he was an employee for the county, attended South County LUACs. We attended meetings on cell towers, and those cell towers were in the oil fields or in existing antenna arrays east of Camp Roberts, and were not controversial at all. And then he disapproved the thing and dismissed all these concerns unilaterally. I mean, how many people do you need to say something's false and not proceed without doing some further investigation anyway? So I think the grand jury, 80 pages worth of the malfeasance out of the RMA is pretty clear. They did not do their job then. They're not doing their job now with a defensive, nuanced, we didn't and we shouldn't. And they need to get back to the hardcore dishonesty that got that thing up. It meets the requirements to be revoked, and we should do the alternate site analysis and move from there. So
thank you, Ed. We appreciate your comments. So, and we will put your responses that you shared via email on the LUAC response, as well as your note in the record. And so we appreciate that. I'll see if I have any other public comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. And for me, reading through this, there were some pieces I just, when I look back at my nearly 12 years with the county, this was one of the biggest failures for us as a county. The character of this community was injured by the placement of this tower in the community. And when we look back through the process, I know that it was an advisory body, but for me, it was really one of those points where I know there's a suggestion in here that the LUAC be formally renamed, or it has been done, but we need to start really using the name, the South County LUAC. I have so many communities in South County that each have their own individual identity and personality, and when we use the old name, which was Bradley Parkfield, you're really talking about 101 East, and there's so much more 101 West that wasn't captured at all. And there's so many. Obviously, when you represent an area like this, what those nuances are and what those communities really value. And for the community of Bryce and Hesperia, it's really the quiet nature, the clear black skies, and the tight-knit community that comes even in a rural setting with a unique place to gather like the Hesperia Hall. And so for me, some of the comments about process and we sent out letters. We've addressed some of that. I agree. I know I put in a referral, and we as a board supported the changing of a policy to expand the notification, and I wholeheartedly agree that's a big part of the solution, and I think staff are working with us to get there. I know that some of the comments didn't when it went to the ZA, who the ZA is for us, if it had been almost anybody else, I wouldn't have had that level of confidence, but it was Mike Novo, and he for us is somebody who understands our community, who understands South County, who understands the issues that we face, and I know that some of the questions he raised during the hearing were to some of these points, but when he looked at all the factors that go into making these decisions, he continued with the decision as he felt appropriate again, and it's not somebody with very little history. It's somebody who understands Monterey County. And much like the tone that we hear, or that we had some concern with in the ag commissioners, it's just some of the wording in here I feel like for us could have been a little stronger in terms of how we felt as a county, in terms of what we do moving forward to make sure that the community feels that their voice, this won't happen again, and their voice will have space in a room. And so I appreciate the response. I feel like there's more we could do. And I want to appreciate staff's quick response. Obviously, I had a pretty strong reaction after this initially happened, and I think we've addressed some of the underlying issues. But I do still feel that this is sort of a lingering issue for my community, and it's not going to cease to be for a while yet. And so as we move forward, I'm okay with the response. I am not happy with it. I do think that, again, the nuance doesn't capture all of what happened in this instance, but I appreciate the planning department taking additional steps. I appreciate the grand jury looking into it, and I appreciate them daylighting it in this form so we can at least bring it out and have a conversation and understand what went wrong and try to fix it, because it's not just this community that faces these issues. And with that, I'll turn to Supervisor Parker, who has her hand up. Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate your comments. I know this is one of those situations where you were living and breathing the whole thing and continue to. And I also want to thank RMA. I think it's overall a good response, but I do have a couple of, I don't know if they're nuances or quibbles, but I do have a couple of suggestions that if the board agrees, I think would be fairly easy to do, and then have the final come back to us next week. I do think that the response to the first finding, which I think is finding 3, actually, kind of downplays the importance of the LUAC's role. It comes across to me as though we're saying, well, yeah, we made this mistake, but it's okay because the public could come to the public hearing. Well, in the Zoom days, now it's easier to go to a public hearing if it's 60 miles away or wherever it is, or 80 miles away. But in those days when this was happening, that first, it would mean you'd have to know, and second, you would have to have the time to make that drive. And so I just think that there's some language in a couple of other places where it just speaks to the important role that LUACs play in terms of getting the community response, and that was lacking. That's kind of the point, I think, of the finding, and the way it's written, it seems to gloss over, well, someone came to the public hearing, so that's good enough. And I don't think that any of the areas where LUACs play an important role would agree with that. The other nuance is there is repetition 2 or 3 times, or maybe more, but I think, and one is in this finding, that this was an isolated individual incident. Well, we hope it is, and the department is saying that it is, but as the Board of Supervisors, I don't know if we can be quite that unequivocal. So I would prefer if it said, this appears to be, or, we hope it is, or, whatever, but to assert that it is. There are gazillions of transactions that happen in this department, and, we're human beings. So anyway, that was I think that was in this one, and then I think in F7, a couple places. And I'd like to just, if my colleagues agree, just soften that language a little bit to, and then the other, again, this is small, but in one of the recommendations, I can't remember, it has to do with staff, and the sentence says that it has to do with getting more senior planners or something, and the response says under additional discussion, the best way to really develop professional planners is by doing, and we cannot simply load up more experienced planners. Again, the best way, one of the best ways, I don't, anyway, because there are a lot of factors that go into, you could have junior planners come in, but if you don't have a well-functioning environment, you're not going to develop professional planners that way. So again, just a little, it's just a small specific suggestion to, I think, reflect the level of certainty that we at the Board of Supervisors might have. But overall, I appreciated, this was one of those civil grand jury reports, and there's a lot of strong feeling in the community where RMA was really taken to task. And I thought overall the responses were respectful and addressed many of the issues that were brought up.
Thank you, Supervisor Parker. So was that a motion in there somehow? There was some language as to at least shifting some of the language in there, and so I want to make sure we capture that.
Sure. So I guess I would make a motion that we ask RMA to go back and do a couple of things. Upplay instead of downplay the importance of the role of the LUAC, particularly in that first finding response. It seems to be a little glossed over. And then express the hope that the appearance that this was an isolated individual incident, but not assert that it was the only one ever. And then suggest that one of the best ways to develop professional planners is, and those, as I say, those would be my suggestions for changes to be made.
And I can support that, and we'll second those additions or corrections to the report. And so with that, we have a motion and a second. I want to see, Carl, if you have any additional direction you want or a response.
I think that was pretty clear direction. Thank you.
Okay. Then with that, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Chulos for our next presentation.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask a question about your last action, do you wish this to come back on the 22nd as a timed item, as a consent item, or is that just direction to staff to make it?
I think that's just direction to staff to make it. Supervisor Parker?
Sure,
Yeah.
or pop it onto consent once it's done, but I don't think it needs to be a presented item.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So moving on to the next item, Mr. Chairman, the COVID update. We have two items to discuss this afternoon regarding COVID. The first one is the local COVID metrics and an update on the state metrics. And we have Dr. Moreno and Christy Mishi, and I believe Elsa Jimenez may also be on the call at this point. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair, board members, members of the public. Dr. Moreno, Ed Moreno, Health Officer and Director of Public Health, and I'm happy to provide a brief update on the impact of COVID-19 on our community, the metrics that we're following, and provide a little interpretation of what I think this means for our community, and also an update on the recently created blueprint for safely opening up businesses by the state, which includes the tiered framework that all counties should be following at this time. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I hope, there we go. Okay, are you seeing the slide, the title page for the slide, Supervisor?
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, so again, Ed Moreno, Health Officer, and good. All right, so the first slide. So this is a depiction by week of COVID-19, confirmed COVID-19 in Monterey County. It shows the outpatient cases that we have during each of the weeks since week 10, I believe, when we had our first case, and we're currently in week 37, week 38. So you can see here, supervisors, that the yellow bars show the total number of patients that did not require hospitalization during each of those weeks, and the green addition at the top of each of those bars shows the number of people who are hospitalized. So we can see, I'll point out with my arrow, with my cursor, that for quite some time early on in the pandemic here in Monterey County, we had a fairly stable number of cases that were occurring in Monterey County. And then around this time, we, in conjunction with the state, began to reopen many of the businesses and release some of the restrictions on businesses that were already operational. And we began to see an increase in numbers over time, but then we saw that it leveled out up in this during this time period. There is a little dip here in the cases. We think that that might be reflective of some of the backlog of positive cases that were supposed to be forwarded to us when the state realized that there were some cases that the labs had reported that hadn't reported and hadn't gotten to us through the state's surveillance system. And so we think that it's possible that some cases never really got through to us. And so that might explain why there's a dip there, surrounded by higher numbers of cases 2 weeks prior and 2 weeks after. But the overall curve had increased, and then we've seen a decline in the number of cases, and that is, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks of declining cases in Monterey County. And so I think this, to interpret the data, I think there's sufficient cases here, sufficient weeks and data here to suggest that there is a decline in number of cases, which could represent in part a decrease in transmission in Monterey County, which is good for us. It's good for our businesses, our kids who want to go back to school. So this is a trend in a favorable direction for Monterey County. The next graph shows the specifically Monterey County hospitalization census. This is, we're charting here. This one shows the weeks at the bottom, but the graph shows a daily census. And you can see that, again, corresponding with the cases, number of cases, we do have an increase, excuse me. We did have an increase in total number of hospitalizations. And again, this measures how many patients are in the hospital due to COVID-19 on any given day. And we were hovering around 40 to 50 for several weeks there. We did at some point statewide increase the restrictions again. For example, restricting indoor dining, indoor personal services, for example. And we've subsequently see that there has been a decrease in the number of people who are in the hospital on any given day for several weeks now. I want to point out, and again, this is also a favorable trend that we're seeing. At no time during this period was school in session. And so I think that most of the variation we see in the hospitalization census was probably due mostly in part to the loosening and then reinstituting some restrictions on businesses. And this is a graph, supervisors, that shows another metric that we've been following, which is the availability of ICU beds. So the slide prior shows how many people with COVID-19 are hospitalized. This is a little different. This says how many ICU beds, of the ICU beds that we have in our 4 hospitals, what percentage of those beds are available if we need them. And so through July, we actually had at any point 60 to 70% of our hospital ICU beds were available if we needed them, which meant that we had capacity to take care of anyone in Monterey County that would need an ICU, high level of acute care in the hospitals. We did see in August a decrease in availability, meaning our ICU beds were filling up. But it looks like the ICU beds are, patients are being discharged from our ICU beds at our 4 hospitals, and we have more vacant, increased number of vacant ICU beds, which means availability is increasing again, which is again a good place to be during a pandemic, so that if there's a surge of any size of that requires ICU hospitalization, we should be able to take care of our own here in Monterey County. This is a next moving from rates, those rates looking at now the testing rates. This is looking at on a population basis, where are the areas in Monterey County where we are testing less and where are we testing more. And so you can see here that in the red area codes, zip codes, excuse me, the testing rate is below 25.9 per 1,000 population. This represents, and then there's the orange, yellow, and then finally the green, where those are parts of the county where we have the highest rates of testing, where testing is most likely been made more available, and the community is actively seeking out testing opportunities, and providers are making those opportunities available to them and collecting specimens and sending those specimens to laboratories for testing. So what this tells us is that it provides information that lets us know where are the parts of the county, for example, these red areas of the county where there could be an opportunity to try to intervene and provide and implement strategies to make testing more available, more accessible, and also to provide outreach and education to the community about when testing is appropriate and the benefits of testing, which would be to identify those of us who might be infectious with COVID-19 so that we can isolate appropriately with assistance from the county if necessary to make sure that we don't further spread the virus to others. Moving along, supervisors, this is a graph that has 2 sets of data. I'll point that out. The blue line here is one set of data over the last 4 weeks, and that is the case rate for Monterey County. That's COVID-19 case rate. And the orange line here with the dots on a weekly basis is the positivity rate, the percentage of all tests done in Monterey County for COVID-19 that test positive. So we're sharing this with you so that you and the public can see what type of progress we're making in terms of hopefully progressing through the tiered framework that the state of California is following now. So I'll start with the case rate. 4 weeks ago, and these are rates that are averaged over 7 days. So the weekly average rate was 20.7. It dropped down to 15.5. Last week, we reported that it had dropped a little more to 15.1. And these are adjusted rates. The state has an adjustment that, if you wish, I can explain a little bit later. But today, the California Department of Public Health did publish, make publicly available the newest weekly average case rate for Monterey County. And that it is an adjusted rate, but it is 13.9. And so you can see that the case rate passed through this yellow line here that we're sharing with you. And that's significant because that yellow line represents the case rate threshold that the state set up to determine whether or not schools could submit a waiver requesting permission to bring students back to the classroom for in-person instruction. So at this point, it's clear to me that the Monterey County has dipped below 14. We're at 13.9, and anything under 14 is good. So 13.9 barely makes it, but we're there. So at this point, the schools in Monterey County, public, private, all schools that have students from, I think it's pre-K, supervisors, pre-K through 6th grade, could submit a waiver, a request, an application, and to me in public health and my team for consideration of bringing children back entirely or in part for in-person instruction in the classrooms. So we are here accepting applications for the waiver starting today for those schools, the principals and superintendents who wish to do so. The second line here is the orange line. This is the reflection of the positivity rate. Again, that's the of all tests that are sent to laboratories for testing for COVID-19 through the PCR method, which is the method that the large laboratories, our 4 hospitals and our public health laboratory use. Of all those tests, what percentage are coming up positive? And so we have, consistent with the 4 weeks ago, the higher case rate, we also had a higher positivity rate. Both of those reflect a higher amount of transmission in Monterey County. But like the case rate here in blue, the positivity rate in orange each week has been declining. We did report on that decline last week. And there is a slight decrease, but there is, it looks like there's a trend. And in light of the decreasing case rate, this decreasing positivity rate, I think, is probably a real phenomenon. It's not just by chance. It's happening, I think, because people in our community are continue to follow the infection prevention measures that we've been promoting for months now. So has this dropped below particular threshold? Not yet. So what threshold are we trying to achieve here with a positivity rate? This top red line is the positivity rate threshold of 8 that the state has established that we must dip below in order to move into tier 2, which is the red tier, which allows for release of several more restrictions on some of our business sectors. So we're not quite there yet. So for that reason, we are for another week, we're in tier 1. And then finally, one more point to make, there is a second red line here, which is the case rate tier threshold to move into tier 2, and that is 7. So this blue line needs to dip down below this, below that lower red line of 7. So from 13.9 to less than 7 for us to move into tier 2. So the positivity rate needs to drop to the red line, and our case rate needs to drop to the other red line. So, but you can see, supervisors, that the trend is optimistic. So I just want to end, supervisors, and then hand it back to see if you want questions or move on with the rest of the presentation. What are the steps that we need to do to further reduce the case rate and positivity rate? Because those indicators determine what tier we're in, and also determine how many restrictions are on the businesses, and what guidance and restrictions schools have to follow. So we need to continue to take actions that reduce COVID-19 virus transmission. I want to really emphasize we have to continue to reduce the transmission, because that reduces the case rate and the positivity rate. So we do that through physical distancing, at least 6 feet from one another, continue to wear a face covering when we leave our home, wash our hands frequently or use hand sanitizer, stay home if we're sick, or if we know that we're in close contact with someone who's has COVID-19 symptoms. As far as testing goes, again, people who should consider getting testing, definitely those that think they have COVID-19 symptoms, and definitely someone who has been exposed to COVID-19 should consider getting tested as well. I do want to, again, make a plea to our community to respond to phone calls and efforts from public health to contact them, because we are calling people who we receive lab reports saying that they've tested positive for COVID-19, or we're calling people because in talking to someone with COVID-19, other people have been identified as having been exposed. And by picking up the phone, staying on the phone, talking to our investigators and contact tracers, we as a community will continue to help people to find ways to isolate themselves when they're infectious, or quarantine themselves when they could potentially be infectious, and further reduce the spread of the transmission of COVID-19, which will reduce the case rate, which will reduce the positivity rate, which will eventually get us into tier 2. And then finally, anyone who is allowed to operate or is planning to operate under the current restrictions, follow the guidance, continue to follow the guidance of whether you're a business, and if you're a school planning to submit a waiver, make sure that you're very familiar with the guidance that's required under a waiver to bring kids back into in-person instruction. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Any questions from board members? We see applause from Supervisor Adams, old school applause, because he can't put up that emoji.
Well, I do want to make a comment, Mr. Chair, and that is that I hope people understand what a big deal this is. You know, this is a huge deal that the case rate has gotten to be such that we're able to allow the schools to bring their waivers forward. This is going to be it's going to be a very difficult time for many parents to make their determination on whether they want to send their children back to school, because so many of them have been protective of them. They may be reluctant to allow them to go back in the classroom. But for many other people who have been so challenged, women particularly, with having to work at home, care for the children at home, teach the children at home, and then do all of the other responsibilities, this is an excellent opportunity. And I'm just very, very thankful that by working together as a county and staying as one, we've been able to get that number down. And I thank you so much for your very mellow way of presenting this, Dr. Moreno. If I had been you, I would have been jumping up and down on the table. So it's really good news, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other supervisors? Okay, we'll go ahead and continue with the COVID presentation.
The other part of the COVID update for today is just a brief update on what the Legislative Committee of the County Board of Supervisors did yesterday. There's a lot of concern, as you're aware, about the restaurants being able to reopen at some level as the winter season approaches for indoor dining. And the Legislative Committee discussed this issue yesterday in terms of advocacy. What could the county do to help advocate for this? And the direction the committee is going is to reach out to the California Restaurant Association, and through the ad hoc committee of the board, Supervisors Phillips and Adams, reach out to the local restaurant community and see what and how the restaurant community would plan to operate in a safe manner so that we could assist them in advocacy efforts. So it's a work in progress, but the Legislative Committee has started working on that issue, and the ad hoc committee will follow up as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chulos. And I know, speaking on my own behalf, I completely agree that something needs to be done. California has varied climates throughout the state, and some regions are going to have harder issues than we are, but we will have rain and the continued wind that we're known for here in the Salinas Valley, and so giving our restaurants an opportunity is important. I'm going to turn and see if there's any additional board comments after that brief presentation. Seeing no hands going up, I do want to take public comment on this entire COVID presentation and see if I have anybody in the room. Seeing nobody coming forward, I do have hands up via the Zoom, so we will go ahead and start with Kim Stemler. Kim?
Hello, Chair and Supervisors. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for all you do. I'm Kim Stemler, the Director of the Monterey County Vintners and Growers Association. And on behalf of both our growers and winemakers in the county, we ask the Board of Supervisors to make an official request of the Governor's Office to modify the reopening policies for both wine tasting rooms and restaurants. We request that they be allowed to reopen their businesses indoors right now with safety modifications appropriate to each setting in place. Currently, according to the tiered system, if all of our numbers were to get better immediately, we would not be able to open until October 27th, and that would only be at 25% capacity. The local wine industry is suffering terribly between COVID and now the wildfires. 85% of a small winery's business comes from their tasting rooms. We will have businesses that will not be able to survive if they cannot go back inside very, very, very soon. And, you know, there's a ripple effect. If the wine industry collapses locally and in the state, because this is not only a local issue, besides impacting our wonderful food and wine loving culture that we have in this county, it also impacts public entities' revenues, tourism, and really nonprofits' abilities to fund their critical work. Our local wine industry cares about its community and is exceptionally generous, as all of you know, to nonprofits' efforts throughout the county. We also stepped up as an industry and were one of the first to develop our own protocol before the state even developed industry safety protocols. And we presented that to the health department and worked with them to improve that. So we, for months since April, have had protocol in place that will allow us to operate safely. But we need your help. We need you to reach out to the governor's office on behalf of our county to have them change the tier structure so we can go inside immediately. Thank you so much for all you're doing, and yay for schools.
Thank you, Kim. We're going to go to John Martinez next. John?
All right. You can hear me, correct?
Correct.
All right, great. Thank you. I do want to repeat, and I know it's repetitive from what I've said earlier at the beginning of the meeting, is that we should have everyone required to sanitize their hands before walking into any facility. So if we're going to open up the wineries and the schools and the churches and the restaurants, man, I hope we do. I really hope, and my words are to help make that happen. And how do we do that? Build the confidence in our community that it's safe to walk into those facilities. And why is it safe? Is because I was required to sanitize my hands before I walked into the wine tasting room, into the agricultural bus that takes me to work, into the little store that's going to cash my check on the weekend when I get off work. I can actually go shopping and realize that no one was allowed into that facility without sanitizing their hands. That means whatever I touched, whether I'm an employee, the boss, or a customer, I was required to sanitize my hands. If I'm an Uber driver or a taxi driver, no one got into my vehicle without sanitizing their hands. That keeps the virus outside the facility. Now, if we're going to lead the nation because we're feeding the world as it is, and that's a big pat in the back, but we have to take care of our essential workers. They are not expendable. They don't have, we in the Salinas Valley, Salinas included and all the way down, I don't know about the peninsula so much, but we don't have a place where we can wash our hands to walk into Costco's to go buy food. The hardware store, I cannot wash my hands before walking in there, but you know, the sanitizer, we all know it, sanitizer's at the counter. Let's put it at the door with a requirement that you must sanitize before walking in. Thereby the post office, city hall, police department, welfare department, unemployment office, social security
Thank you,
office.
John. We appreciate your advice. Thank you very much for that public comment. I'm going to go to Sonja Koehler next. Sonja?
Good afternoon, Your Honors and my fellow constituents. I'm delighted by this news that our rates overall are going down and things are looking better in our county. I'm also delighted to hear throughout the Board of Supervisors meeting today how important the community voice is and you're making decisions about how to invest our public resources, from addressing the digital divide to issues around LULAC, as well as understanding what our business community needs and offers. And so today I come with an offer to you. We, through the Bright Beginnings Early Childhood Development Initiative and our partners such as Bright Futures, Cradle to Career, our community organizations that we work with, etc., have been canvassing in our community, talking to families about their needs, continue to do so. And these are through one-on-one conversations where you get information that is different than if you're sending out surveys. We get responses. And so we offer to partner with you in particular around the digital divide to get the information you need in a quick way so we can also respond quickly. We're here to help better understand what our community needs and also to help distribute any resources we have. I know through Bright Beginnings and our other partners, we're getting out headphones, hotspots, etc. And just would like to offer that to support those efforts, in particular around the digital divide. to get the community voice so we understand needs and can meet them as quickly as possible. Thank you for all you do. This has been a rather uplifting day listening to your work. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonja. We appreciate your comments. Okay, seeing no other hands up, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board. At this point, there's no action necessary. Great reports. We appreciate that. And we're going to go back to Mr. Chulos.
And Mr. Chairman, if you're ready to move to the Dolan Fire update, the first individuals are Rob Allen, the incident commander from the U.S. Forest Service, and Kyle Cannon, the operations section chief. And I believe they're both on the Zoom call. I hope they're still on the line. I know they had a tight schedule today, but they would like to brief the board on the status of the fire. And then Gerry Malais is going to brief the board on the evacuation center update.
Nick, I'm not sure they're there, so you may need to go to Gerry. Want to go to Gerry then? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it could be that those gentlemen were unable to stay on the call given the time schedule. Mr. Malais could give you an update on the fire in general terms and on the evacuation center as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, board members. The Dolan fire is now 120,000 acres. The weather over the last few days have been favorable for firefighting and has allowed the firefighters to extend their anchoring and perimeter control. The west side near Coast Highway has had exceptional control lines built because of the favorable weather. And they've partnered with CAL FIRE to bring additional resources and structure protection specifically to the east side. And so things are looking good, although the fire continues to expand. It's expanding near control lines that are already built and expanding to give us better protection against any unexpected weather changes that might test those control lines or create spotting on the other side of the control lines. Some adverse weather is expected this Thursday, and we're hoping that the National Weather Service estimate of 30-mile-an-hour winds does not come to fruition, but if it does, CAL FIRE and the U.S. Forest Service are preparing for that, and hopefully that will be something they can control within their tactics. That brings us to evacuations, which is what my office does as far as the doing the warnings for the public. Currently, and over the past 5 days, we have not had to put out any additional warnings or evacuation orders. As a matter of fact, as recent as today, we changed some of our evacuation orders to evacuation warnings. So they've been downgraded. That is expected to continue up until if we get any adverse weather that extends the fire beyond control lines. So we are not expecting any additional evacuation orders or warnings until possibly Thursday if the winds change direction. Currently, the local assistance center at the Monterey Conference Center has closed. We still have our virtual local assistance center operating, the same number as before. People can call and get all the resources that they need. We have the King City Library Evacuation Center operating, and sometime in the next day or two, that will transition to the King City High School Gymnasium, much larger space that we can more readily observe CDC guidelines for COVID and also bring in other resources such as FEMA or Cal OES to assist any of our evacuees with any of the resources they need. So currently the hours of operation are 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then we have an after hours number that people can call and talk to a live person to get whatever resources they need, such as sheltering or a hotel. That's the end of my report if there's any questions.
Any questions from board members? All right, see no hands up. I'll see if we have any public comment on the fire presentation. See no hands going up. Thank you so much for all your work, Gerry, and I know you're closely liaising along with the sheriff and the folks on from the Forest Service and now the Unified Command over there. So we appreciate all that you and your shop are doing to keep us informed and safe through this critical fire season. Thank you. Okay, I want to go back briefly to the COVID update. I did have somebody, we had a hand issue was going up and down, so I'm going to go ahead and ask if Julian would do me the favor of unmuting last 3148. Again, 148, and we'll go ahead and allow that public comment, which we missed. You are now unmuted.
Hello, supervisors. This is Scott Caraccioli. Thank you for coming back to it. I really appreciate it. I wanted to speak a little bit in regards to tasting rooms and restaurants and what we're up against in regards to the current numbers and what it's really doing to our businesses as a whole. And we're in a situation where if we wait weeks, if we wait to see what happens to October 27th, we're going to come out of winter and we're going to have lost many family-owned tasting rooms, wineries, restaurants, and there has been no empirical evidence that any of the virus was spread in any of these locations. And while I understand that the governor has direction and standards of operation, we've been upfront and following those from the beginning and ensuring that we sanitize when people walk in, that we sanitize in between customers. And I implore you guys to stand up to the governor in this individual case and save our industry within our county, because we're at a crossroads here where if we go into winter and it being as cold and damp and foggy as we all know Monterey County is on the peninsula and everywhere else, it's going to be a death sentence for us, unlike many other people in other counties. And as much as it isn't good for every county, a simple solution isn't good for our county. And I know that the supervisors understand what we're up against, and I hope that you will take that and run with it to the governor and not just stand by and wait for things to get better. Because I think if that's what happens, we're going to lose a lot of what we have in front of us for no apparent reason. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Caraccioli. And on that, I'll bring it back. I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand up.
Mr. Chair, was there one more public speaker on this?
I don't see any other hands up.
Okay. I just wanted to just make a quick comment on that because it came up in our legislative committee, I think, as we previously stated, that I just want to express that understanding of those concerns coming from our wine tasting rooms and our restaurants, not only for those on the peninsula or Carmel Valley, but even those in Salinas, as some already have gone under. And I think we're all cognizant of that and knowing that it's not only a life and death situation for our restaurants, but also a life and death situation for our businesses. And we take that very seriously, knowing that the winter is just a few months away. And what, even if restaurants are able to serve outside, what does that mean when the weather gets colder? It's certainly going to have a significant impact on those small businesses who are already struggling. So I just wanted to just echo some of the concerns and express to those who spoke that I think my colleagues and I shared those concerns very deeply. And we did talk about some strategies, talking to the state associations, the Restaurant Association, and some of our state leaders to just be a voice for them on some of these issues as we are elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I see Supervisor Phillips has his hand up. Supervisor Phillips?
I concur completely. When you're talking to the restaurateurs and the wine industry, I mean, it's at a critical point. So I concur with what both the speakers said, Kim and the other speaker, and what Supervisor Alejo said. And I know Supervisor Adams and I are talking as we speak to get another meeting together and to keep pushing and working forward with the Restaurant Association, because it is critical for our county, much more so than a lot of the other counties that deal with this. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips, and I too am supportive of those efforts. Oh, Supervisor Adams, I see your old school hand up.
Thank you. Thanks very much. You know, I think if you guys were, I just, my heart goes out to the wineries and the representatives who are here today. When we, Supervisor Phillips and I, have the opportunity to speak to restaurant owners, those who are right there on the ground, I mean, it is heartbreaking. It is absolutely heartbreaking. They not only feel such a strong responsibility to their staff, they've put virtually everything that they have into building these kinds of restaurants, and it's killing us. I really am very concerned that come January, the whole Monterey Peninsula is going to be a ghost town, because so much of Monterey, Carmel, and Pacific Grove is based on the restaurants and the draw that the restaurants have to the visitors who come here. And if people, they're predicting 50% of the restaurants are going to have to close if we aren't able to do something sooner rather than later. It's going to have a long time, a 10-year impact on our community as a whole. And it's very difficult because we of course think that we're unique, and I believe that we are. But to try to move the state itself is a real strong push. But I know as we continue to move forward, we've built some really strong relationships within the state to be able to plead our case, so to speak. And if we have the thrust of the restaurants and the wineries behind us, I think that's really how we're going to have our best success. Because again, as it is with everything here, it's united we stand, divided we fall. And we just have to make sure that we do remain together in a very positive, what can we do? How could you advise us so that we can move forward more quickly? And again, too, as we said earlier, I'm very encouraged by the numbers that we saw today, and just hope that all of us in our community will continue to toe the line so that we are able to move quickly into the next year.
Thank you, Supervisor. And now your new school hand is up.
Oh, let's take it down. I have two.
All right. I just want to say that I'm wholly supportive of us looking into how we support these industries here in Monterey County. I share the concerns about the long-term forecast, and obviously from the beginning, I've said that for me it's about data, and I think we need to encourage the state to do the same. Look at where the spread is and make sure that we're actually looking at the data. And so I think the proper way to do this would be to send it to Ledge to come back with something for us to send out on behalf of Monterey County supporting these industries as appropriate. And so I think that would be the appropriate next step, and hopefully we can just sort of signal that to staff that I hear a majority here saying we're supportive. We just need you guys to go put something together and show Monterey County support of these industries, and a request that we analyze the data in terms of creating that approach. Okay. If there's no other comments on COVID, we'll reclose COVID and then now jump over the fire and keep rolling with our agenda, moving into item 15, which is adopt a resolution regarding fire recovery guidelines. And that's going to be a presentation from Carl Holm.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. You don't quite get over the fire for this item. We're still in it. So what we want to present to you today are fire recovery guidelines for the three fires, River, Carmel, and Dolan fire. We developed these guidelines basically following what we did with the Sobranas fire in 2016. That was our most recent example to use. The process includes how we are going to expedite permits. Also, it goes into the fees and fee waivers, where the fee waivers apply. We've coordinated with environmental health, RMA, and environmental health. So this is coming as a joint report. We have staff from environmental health, Nikki and Rick, as well as RMA staff. Frida and Liz can help answer some of the detailed questions that you may have. We've been participating in the local assistance centers. We've also offered, we've opened up RMA's land use counter as a soft opening to the fire victims specifically, where they can come in if they want to have a face-to-face meeting. Environmental health is working with us, and as part of that, we've been able to kind of like FaceTime at the front counter. So it's a group effort when the folks are here, and that's actually been working pretty well, even with the COVID restrictions. District 5 is also setting up some community meetings, so we're preparing to take the show on the road. That was very valuable. We've learned that when we had the other fires like Kashawa and some of the more remote areas where people don't necessarily come in, for us to be able to go out to the community, I think is valuable as well. The guidelines are set to sunset in 5 years, but then it also affords the ability to extend it for another 5 years if needed. We have found that in the case, especially where properties don't have insurance, it can take a little bit longer. So the intent would be to be able to extend the guidelines and basically just keep them in place until people are able to recover. And hopefully that's within the 10-year time frame. With waiving the fees, at this point, it's really a rough estimate based on kind of an average size house and the number of structures that were damaged. And we would estimate the potential fee waivers would be about $2 million. We would hope maybe we could get some of that back with insurance fees, but we're not going to hold up permits for that. We've already had some people come in and want to get temporary electrical permits, and the insurance hasn't even really gotten rolling yet. So we've just waived the fee and have moved them forward. The idea is to help keep these people moving forward. And obviously when they come in, they haven't been spending months with an architect. They're not coming in knowing exactly what they want to do. So it's a different initial contact. And so we're really, Liz has been there hands-on with the permit technicians at the front counter. It's different questions. It's not what do you want to do? It's okay, where are you at? And here's kind of the process forward. And so with that, maybe I'll turn it over to Frida. She has a couple graphics to just kind of run through real quick as far as what that looks like. Frida?
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, Chair Lopez, supervisors, and the public. We're going to go ahead and just show some side-by-side. I don't see it up on the
Do you have
screen.
It, Frida? You have to share your screen.
Okay, give me just a second. Apologies. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. It's not working for me here.
Are you able to share your screen? Do you have
Julian's going to put it up and share it.
Okay, great.
Give him just a second. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh, there it goes. Can you see that?
We can.
Okay. So here, with regards to what we're doing, we did a side-by-side comparison for the folks. And as Carl had indicated, we're basically mimicking what we did with the Sobranes fire. And this is a really useful tool for applicants to see, what we're permitting versus non-permitting, insured versus not insured. And one of the things that I'm making a really concentrated effort is to have a personal discussion with the applicants before they actually come into the counter to talk about what it is that they're wanting to do. Right now, initially, the requests are coming in is the initial debris and cleanup. So as Carl had mentioned, one of the processes that we're really streamlining and we're working really, really well and coordinating our efforts with health is to address those questions. Joint Zoom meetings, joint conference calls. We're utilizing the technology that we currently have to make it as easily as possible for those folks to get those answers that they need so that they can move forward. So initially what I'm doing is I'm reaching out to the applicants before they actually come into the counter, giving them my contact information and some of the information, other regulatory departments contact information. So we're we've had some really good success with getting that information out. We're utilizing our Facebook, our social media to push out information as well. And we've started now with the soft opening at the permit counter under Carl's direction and approval. And we are offering morning appointments and afternoon appointments specifically for the folks that have been impacted by the fires. So we've seen a couple folks come into the counter, and it seems to be really working well, I'm glad to say. Calls are coming in, and we just want folks to know that we're here to help. And yeah, give us a call.
Thank you, Frida. Anything else, Carl?
Just real quick, because Frida touched on it, and I think there may be questions as far as if I had or have something on my property that's unpermitted, you know, what happens. And so if there was something that was unpermitted and burned down, you can see in the top right corner of the matrix on the screen, that we will include that as part of the package for the special handling and expediting, but they will need to get a permit for it, even though it wasn't people's permit. So we will go ahead and process it in that manner. If there are other things on the properties, when we go out on these properties to help folks, we're not looking for violations. We're not looking for anything else that might be out there. All we're looking at is what was damaged or destroyed, and you know, the process moving forward to replace that. So with that clarification, I think that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Carl. Any questions from supervisors? Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a quick little question. If someone had a structure that was destroyed that they want to rebuild, but it was not permitted in the first place, they don't get a fee waiver and they have to get a permit, but it also says no fees up front. So just practically speaking, how does that work?
I'll start with that, and Frida is more of the technician on it. But the idea there is because we would hope that the insurance will reimburse us. So what we're doing is getting the people in the process as quickly as we can and not waiting for the insurance. And that rather than them having to be out that money up front, we're doing the work up front with the expectation to get paid on the back end, and hopefully the insurance is paid at that point.
And so do you bill the person, or you're in touch with them throughout the process? I mean, how does that work?
Well, so the process starts with plan check. So they can get in the process, they can do the plan check, and then the checkpoint is before issuing the permit, and they start building. If insurance still hasn't resolved, then there's prior to final occupancy. So there are a couple checkpoints in there to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from supervisors? Seeing no hands up, I'll see if we have any public comment on this item. Public comment on the rebuilding?
Correct?
No, we are on item 15.
Oh, I apologize.
Anybody else? I have one hand up via the Zoom. Maria Palazzolo. We'll go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 2-minute public comment with this board.
My name is Maria Palazzolo, and I lost my home and all of my belongings in the Carmel fire, and I encourage all the supervisors to adopt this resolution. I'd also like to say that it's imperative that we address the issues of the debris removal, the soils testing, and the erosion control on the properties that are affected by the fires before the rainy season starts. We also need to be flexible to allow temporary housing on our properties while we rebuild our homes that were destroyed in the fires. And I'll end by asking if we do have an update on the schedule for the debris removal. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other hands up, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board, and I'll see if staff has a response to that question about the schedule.
On the debris removal, I don't know if Rick or if Gary's still on. Rick, do you have anything?
Yes, Chair, members of the board, Rick Encarnacion, Assistant Bureau Chief, Environmental Health Bureau. As we speak, the county is coordinating with US EPA and state Cal EPA. We're coordinating in terms of pushing out information with proper ash and debris management. They are going to do surveys and provide free service for cleanup. It's at no charge for the homeowners, but it will take a few weeks to get everything started. We are in the pre-planning stages, and we are trying to push out information on the timing. We are working state and federal. They're working also with Santa Cruz County, so they're helping this entire region. So in terms of timing, we're looking at the next few weeks.
Thank you, Rick. I'm going to go to the supervisors. I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take a quick moment to express my heartbreak hearing what happened to my former colleague, Maria Palazzolo, a longtime county resident. And I appreciate staff who have helped her kind of start working on the paperwork she needed to start looking at how to rebuild. But just one of the many tragic cases that happened here in Monterey County. And I hear her concerns about the runoff and the debris cleanup. Luckily, I think our RMA, just as during this meeting, put out some information for the public about the timing for debris cleanup and also how to do it safely. So I think that information is critical for those in a similar predicament. But just one other note I wanted to add is that just on the CARES funding, that's one that we approved in I believe not just a few weeks ago, but with some of that money, I think it's incumbent for staff to give us like regular reports on how we are expending those funds, so that if there's funds that we see that are not going to be spent by the end of, I think the deadline is December 20th, that we could look to reshift that money for other purposes to help more residents or more businesses, including those that might be impacted, as was stated by some of our tasting room and restaurant businesses. So I think if the more that we're flagging how we're spending the money, the more we could spend it in other ways to not have to return any money at the end of December, and rather keeping it here local as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm going to go to Supervisor Adams next. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Yes, unfortunately, I neglected to ask a question, and it's two. I just am wondering, there have been a couple of comments, but are there some real lessons that we learned from Soberanes that will help expedite the permit process for these recent fires, and also to help address the issues that we had after the fires when the rains came and we lost roads and culverts and everything else? Is there any sort of a template that we've got that we can look back to make sure that we do things maybe even better than we did them during Soberanes?
Well, I think that's what we are constantly doing, from Basin Complex on forward to today. I think we've come a long way, and fortunately or unfortunately, we've had way too much experience in this, and so we have had lessons learned. We continue even through this process. I'm sure there will be some new things. These are a little bit different areas than we're used to with the more remote areas of Big Sur and Cachagua that burn, in the Carmel fire as well as the river fire. So I'm sure there will be some new things that come up in this that we will adjust along the way. Again, recognizing this is a situation where people aren't choosing to come in to build. This is kind of, put onto them, and we want to try to help them along as much as we can. Recognize that. In that light, as far as temporary housing, or typically, we don't allow people to just pull on a trailer unless they're under construction. In this case, we would. They could have temporary housing. We want to see progression towards moving towards permanent housing, and not that temporary become an RV becoming the temporary or the permanent housing. But otherwise, we're willing to work with them. If there's an accessory structure that they can convert to an ADU, and that would be their permanent housing until they're able to build a house. Where I'm sure there's a lot of people out there with creative minds, and we're here to try to work with them through it.
That's great, thank you. And then finally, will the projects also be eligible for the CEQA statutory exemption for an emergency? Or does that just apply for the adoption of these guidelines?
Well, these guidelines are statutorily exempt, but the rebuilds are all ministerial permits, so they are not subject to
CEQA. Oh, that's just great.
Right. We're just doing the building permits, not requiring planning permits.
Okay, and so there won't be any environmental review process that they have to go through at this point?
Correct.
That's great. Thank you so much for that.
Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I appreciate all that's being done to get this and expedite it. Having lived through a fire, there's all the things that you don't think about, the water lines and the wells and the septic and all the other things. So appreciate it. And I do think we have to reach out to make sure that the people can bring a temporary housing in so they can live on the property while they're building. I obviously it's going to cost the county a couple $1 million in not collecting the fees, but it's only the right thing to do. So I will support the motion when it's made.
Thank you. We're going to go to Supervisor Parker next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to say I appreciate this, action that's before us. We do know about this sort of thing. We learn every time there is a fire or a flood or whatever. And so I think this really, it just makes sense. And the only thing I would say is that on the extension of the 5-year deadline, not so much that it would be necessary to come back to the Board of Supervisors for approval, but that might be a good time to give an update and a report on sort of what has happened in terms of, how many structures rebuilt, what are some of the lessons learned, and so on, and what the anticipated level of continuing work that residents might need to do. Anyway, just for information for the board. Not that I'll be here at that point, but it's I think it's helpful for the community to remain informed about what a challenging process this is, and some of the good work that the county departments are doing.
Thank you, Supervisor. I want to take a minute to do what I sometimes do, which is to speak to those people who are tuning in at 3 in the morning or 2 in the morning, as this meeting replays on the government channel, and let them know that on this actual item it is a 5-year and it extends for 5 more. And the reason that I point that out is I know there's a lot of people in my district right now having sleepless nights, wondering, does this apply to me? Will this apply to me? Dolan is covered in this, and it does extend for 5 with an opportunity for 5 more if approved in the way that staff has recommended it. And I think that's critically important. I know it's hard for some communities that are still staring down the beast to unfortunately be hearing about recovery and deadlines passing on certain programs. And, it just puts folks in an interesting position in terms of the timing and information. So I want to share with them that this will apply should the unspeakable happen with those areas that are still unfortunately in the path of the coming fire. And so I just want to make sure that the community understands that as we bring forward this proposed action. And I also want to share, fires are difficult. My family lost our family business to a fire down in King City, and we're still, I think, 6 years later dealing with the insurance and the fallout that comes from those situations. They're not easy. And we here as leaders in this community are here to support you. And I appreciate Supervisor Parker's suggestion that we get an update. And one of the things that I've seen done by some of the supervisors that I know up in Napa and Sonoma is actually a quarterly tracker that just says, okay, tracking the homes that were lost, how many have been rebuilt, how many are in the permitting phase, just so we know as a community, what does recovery look like? I think for me, it really shifted my perspective on what recovery meant, as we see the numbers there still aren't rebounded from, what they went through back just a couple of years ago and last year as well. And so you look at those numbers and it helps kind of an understanding of what it takes and what our families are struggling with as they try to rebuild. And obviously, we'll always continue to have the insurance conversation, which is oh so difficult. But with those comments, I'll go ahead and open it up. I'm assuming that I'll kick it over to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I would just, I'm ready to make a motion. If we're ready for that, I will make a motion to approve the fire recovery guidelines and the related actions recommended in the staff report.
Second.
Great. I've got a motion from Adams and a second from Supervisor Phillips. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for bringing that forward.
Could I
Carl
vote?
and Frida
Thank you,
and Liz.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Parker.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to vote aye, and I'd also like to say that I noticed that Carl was making notes about the ideas for some sort of process for tracking and reporting. So I appreciate that being direction in the motion as well.
They thought you were saying you were already gone. You didn't want to vote on it, so we just bypassed. Just kidding. Valerie did apologize. The clerk got your A. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And with that, we'll head into item 16, which is a presentation from Claudio Valenzuela. Claudio?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Chairman Lopez. My name is Claudio Valenzuela. I'm the Registrar of Voters. And with me today is Gina Martinez, Assistant Registrar of Voters. She's going to tag team on this presentation. And let me share my presentation now. All right. So normally we bring these items to consent under the consent agenda, but because this is 2020 and nothing is normal, we have an agendized item for you today so we can present our plan to conduct the November 3rd general elections under COVID-19. And I have to remind you also that we are only 49 days from election day. So Gina, why you don't take us through some of the background that has brought us to today?
Thank you, Claudio. Mr. Chair and members of the board, I'm Gina Martinez, Assistant Registrar of Voters. Now, the activity that took place at both the local level and the state level served to establish the type of election we'll have in November. On April 9th, this board voted to send a letter to the governor requesting an executive order to conduct November's election by mail. In May, the governor signed an executive order requiring each county to send a vote by mail ballot to each active voter and forecasted the requirement for in-person voting opportunities. In June, the governor signed an executive order establishing the parameters by which local election officials may provide in-person voting opportunities and expanded the use of ballot tracking requirements from pilot counties, which Monterey County was one in March's election, to all counties in the state. Essentially, this tracking service allows voters to receive notifications regarding the mailing, receipt, and processing of their mailed ballot. Now, following the executive orders, the state legislature passed urgency legislation codifying the mailing of ballots to all active voters and in-person voting opportunities for the November 3rd election.
So let's talk a little bit about the in-person voting options. We had basically two viable options here in Monterey County. One was to continue to open our polling places in addition to send everybody a vote by mail, every active voter vote by mail ballot. I'm not going to talk too much about the polling places because you know very much how they look like. We have had the polling places forever here in Monterey County, but let's talk a little bit about the option two. It's super consolidation. Under super consolidation, we would have to open 20 or so locations at a ratio of one location for every 10,000 voters. And of course, open October 31st through election day. Unfortunately, it was imposing additional ballot return locations, requirements that we needed to add technological equipment and requirements that we didn't have nor we also needed a lot more time to get it delivered to the county. So we made a decision based on safety, equitable access, security, and of course, fiscal responsibility. So this is how the in-person voting looks like here in Monterey County. We're going to have 2 early voting centers. The voting centers that you also know forever is at the county office, Monterey County Office of Elections. And right now we are at 1441. Don't go to the old location. We have been gone from there for years, but people forget that. So 1441 Chilling Place in Salinas. And of course, we have been wanting to have an early voting center in the peninsula forever as well. This time, we were able to do so by arrangement with the Embassy Suites. They have a special set of rooms to the side of the hotel. And this has been used by Laguna Seca in the past to do registration of drivers and so on. And it has worked beautifully for them. We are going to use it as an early voting center. We're going to talk a little bit more about that later on in the presentation. And of course, the other in-person voting opportunity is going to the polling places. The polling places are open 7 to 8 p.m. on November 3rd. And there are many locations, over 80 locations across the county. We have added a few locations due to the fact that some jurisdictions have gone from voting at large to voting per district. So we had to carve out a few more portions of those areas, and that created more precincts. Let's talk a little bit about the vote by mail part. And here is a little bit of the background of how vote by mail has evolved here in California. So in 1978, California eliminated the requirement of an approved excuse to vote absentee. And then, of course, later on in early 2000s, people didn't even have to request to be permanent, to request every time, every election to vote by mail. They could sign up to be permanent vote by mail voter. And then in 2007, pretty much the name absentee and vote by mail, it became one. And in California, vote by mail and absentee vote by mail and absentee are pretty much one and the same. I also want to show you a number that we're very proud of. Look at the top of your screen, where is the number of registered voters. We have surpassed the 200,000 registered voters in Monterey County. This is a huge goal for us, and we were hoping to cross it before the election, and we have gotten there. We're very proud of that through the efforts of our outreach team, as well as having a very robust online registration, thanks to our Secretary of State and the entire team. And so the way to vote in California has become very easy by way of registering online, as well as pre-registering for those that are 16 years old, and in 2 years they can vote. So 79% of the rich voters in Monterey County are already voting by mail. 1% are overseas, military and overseas voters. And of course, about 20% still like to go to the polls. So that is the amount of people that we have been reaching out to, and we send postcards to remind them that they're going to receive a ballot in the mail. But also, if they need help, they have the ability to vote in person. Let me talk a little bit about the plan and some of the challenges and what we are going to do. So All active voters will receive a ballot in the mail. The ballots will be mailed by October 5th. The voters should check their voter status. That's very important to make sure that we have a current mailing address so they can receive the ballot. They can do it two ways to check. They can check the voterstatus.sos.ca.gov or call us directly at our office at 796-1499. Also, voters should register. They need to register to vote, can do it online. We're putting the link here in the screen for you. The ballot return options. The vote by mail packet will include return options. So all the polling places you can return it to is paid for, by the way. You don't need to put a stamp on it. We are going to have 5 exterior ballot drop boxes throughout the county. Yesterday, we finished installing one in Marina, and it looks beautiful. We already have pictures. I should have put it here, but we didn't. We are sharing all that information in social media, by the way. So if you're not following us, follow us on Twitter, follow us on Facebook. We are there. We're expanding the access. We have expanded access that include the select libraries in Monterey County. And I really like to send a big shout out to Hillary Thayer, our librarian, county librarian. What a wonderful relationship we have with the libraries. Monterey County Elections and the libraries have a great relationship that is allowing us to use the libraries as drop-off for ballots as well. We will have security, we will have the chain of custody applying to all these relationships. We are deputizing select staff at the public libraries also to handle and receive these envelopes. So with addition also the embassy suites, that's another option to return the ballot. And not only going into the office, but you can just drive through. We are going to have a drive-through drop-off at the parking lot, properly marked. So it is so easy. It's going to be a very good experience. I'm sure of that. And then, of course, you have all the voting centers, you have all the polling places, ballot return boxes, and every election office in the state of California where you can return your ballot. So again, extremely easy to do. Gina, you want to talk a little bit about the challenges in here and what everybody's committing to do?
Yes. So our administration plan, we do this every election. We meet with our USPS counterparts. We meet with all of our vendors. We communicate with them regularly throughout the election, and we meet with them again after the election. Now, this is no different approaching November 2020. So we have been in regular communication with our USPS partners. We do want to put everyone at ease at this point in terms of what's been addressed in the media regarding USPS services. So we've worked with these partners for decades. We've had the same representative for at least 13 years, if not longer. And we are actively working with them to ensure the priority delivery and return of vote by mail ballots. Now, these representatives have assured us that the main processing center of the USPS servicing our county in San Jose is committed to the priority processing of vote by mail ballots. And according to our representative, there is a mailing plan in place to ensure adequate resources are available to process the mail. Now, their plan includes an analysis of volume from 2016 and 2018 election mail deliveries and the current and projected numbers that are provided by counties, including Monterey County. Now, ultimately, we're told that the plant processing is not going to change for us locally. And this is in regards to election mail in particular. So as a testament to that, I can tell you that we sent approximately 27,000 cards to voters. This mailing dropped, I believe it was a Wednesday, and then it reached our voters the very next day. And we know that because as soon as they opened their box, they called us to tell us they got this card and what's going on here. So they certainly, they moved on that part. We also work closely with our printing and mailing vendor. Now, there is a plan in place for our mailing vendor to receive data extracts early and to begin mailing in advance of October 5th, that deadline to send out the bulk mail for the November election. We are committed to providing data extracts earlier, completing the ballot production ahead of schedule, which we have done, and mailing ballots earlier than October 5th. We're also expanding in-person ballot return options between October 5th and November 3rd. I think we have close to 21 or 23 options at this point. All polling places, again, will be open on November 3rd. Anybody can return their ballot to a polling place. Now, legislation has taken steps as well. They've extended the deadline to receive a ballot postmarked by Election Day from 3 days after the election to 17 days after the election. And this was done a while ago, but it still, and Claudio mentioned it, but it bears repeating that any voter can return their vote by mail ballot to any vote center, polling place, elections office, or ballot return location in the state. And this is significant to our voters in particular. This is a geographically very large county. So if you reside in far South Monterey County and it's more convenient for you to return your ballot to a San Luis Obispo box, you can do that. It's not a problem. San Luis Obispo will get it to us. Administration. So we do have an administration plan, and we did assess these challenges. We were going to present this this slide or this presentation earlier, and we were bumped because of the fires, understandably. So a lot of these challenges, we feel that we have no problem. Now, vote by mail, we have the capacity in place to absorb an increase in vote by mail ballots. These are steps that have been taken over the years. Claudio, certainly he's been the registrar since, Claudio, 2012, 2013? Am I missing it? Claudio?
What was that? Sorry.
You've been the registrar since when? Because this is when the steps.
Forever.
Forever. So,
2013. 2013, yes.
There you go. So since then, Claudio's taken the steps to really handle all the vote by mail ballots, because we've been growing our vote by mail population organically for years now. And so we do have the capacity in place to absorb an increase in vote by mail ballots. Again, the extended receipt date via USPS with a November 3rd postmark until November 20th is a huge boon. We can accept those ballots that come in a few days after the 3-day postmark, no problem. Now, some of the challenges that we face, but we are addressing, are COVID-19 challenges, may necessitate the full use of the canvass period, especially since we can accept ballots up until November 20th. We also are looking at safe handling and processing of envelopes and ballots. We have a rule of 2. So whenever one person is handling the ballots, there have to be 2 people handling the ballots. And how do you do that when they have to be within 6 feet of each other to handle the same ballots? Our polling places, some of the challenges included procurement of locations. We've had some changes. Some locations took some convincing because of COVID procedures, but our state partners really worked with us, and even some of your offices worked with us to convince our local facilities that indeed they should open their doors on November 3rd and be a polling place. So we have all of our polling places secured at this point. We have to implement pre and post-election sanitizing requirements, including cleaning and sanitizing the polling places and regular sanitizing during the day. And so that is posing an element that we've never had to deal with before. And the recruitment of poll workers, a number of our poll workers are of an age where they are vulnerable to COVID-19. So we looked at this early on and thought, my goodness, what are we going to do? The governor did provide an option to employ emergency relief workers as poll workers. But I can tell you right now, we stand about 200 poll workers away from our goal of total poll workers to have all of our polling places staffed. So we are in good shape. This community is coming forward, especially the young members of our community. So we're very proud of that. Now, funding. There is a state allocation for COVID funding. We will be receiving $619,000 for general COVID funding and an additional $113,000 for outreach and communication.
All right. So speaking of outreach and communication, This is part of the plan, is to have a presence in all these types of media with PSS, public service announcements, and radio spots, and do print media, abundant social media, and also direct mailings. We are already tapping into these funds to do our direct mails to those folks that are traditionally have gone to the polling places. We are trying to warn them that they will be receiving a vote by mail ballot, and don't throw them away. That's a good ballot. They can vote that and make it count. So we're going to be doing these. We've been doing this for months now, and we'll continue to do quite a bit of outreach and advertisement on our local media until pretty much election day. What do we need to ask voters to do is what they need to do. So the big thing here is to vote safe, vote by mail. We do want people to vote by mail. Take advantage of receiving a ballot in the mail, and certainly send it free of charge to us. With all those methods of return, not just the mail, but all the other methods of return. But at the same time, we are asking voters to check their registration, the address and their status as soon as they can. And specifically, make sure that we have a good mailing address for them. So their ballots get to them as soon as possible. They're not going to be returned to us. By the way, the ballots you cannot forward. The USPS will not forward that ballot somewhere else. It will return. If it doesn't go to the address marked on the envelope, it will return to us. Also, voters need to track their ballots, and that is very simple. We pilot this program with the Secretary of State during the March election to a total success. And now the Secretary of State has opened this service for the entire state of California. You can just go to where'smyballot.sos.ca.gov and sign up for it. You will receive either text messages, voice messages, or emails, whatever you choose, or all three, to let you know when the ballot was printed and mailed to you. And then, of course, at their return, when we receive the ballot, and of course, if we have counted, and if we have counted, or not. If there's a problem and they need to correct their signature or any other type of problem, they will also get an email or a text message or a voice message if they choose. And they can return the ballot using a number of return options, as I mentioned before. In-person assistance beginning October 5th through November 3rd. And remember, we have those early voting centers in Salinas and in Monterey. If they want to vote by, they can, if they're going to vote at the polling places, they need to bring their vote by mail ballot. It's very important. Otherwise, they're going to have to vote provisional. And of course, we're going to ask everybody to wear the mask and practice social distancing. We are going to have vote curbside. That is something not unique. We've been using that for many years. And if somebody cannot come out of their car and have mobility issues, we will bring the ballot to them in their own car. They can vote in there, and we'll take the ballot to the ballot box. They also can, if we can ask them to bring their own pen, if they can, that would be great. And of course, they can also sign up for our poll workers. If they feel strongly about opening polling places, we also ask them to be a poll worker. The poll workers are neighbors from all over the county, and they're there to serve you. Become one is one of the great favors you can do to the community. Gina, you want to talk about the vote by mail outgoing envelope, how it's going to look like?
Yes, so a number of our voters are going to be receiving a vote by mail ballot for the first time, and we want them to know what to look for. So it's this standard white envelope with a lovely blue side on the left-hand side, and it's clearly marked vote by mail official ballot, and it has the official election logo. On the back are 3 steps to make your vote count, and then the contact information for Monterey County. The vote by mail return envelope is included in that white envelope as well as the ballot, voting instructions, return locations, and the I voted by mail sticker. This envelope is postage paid, so there's no need to add a stamp to it. It is first class, and so it is going to get back to us. On the back, this is the most critical section. All of our voters need to look to the rectangle next to the X. That is where the voter signature goes. We cannot count a ballot unless we have a signature for the voter in that rectangle. Now, if there's not a signature, we're going to reach out to the voter and try to obtain that signature so that we can count the ballot, but we need our voters to sign in that rectangle. Important election dates. So we always talk about election day, and there's 49 days before election day, and it's so important election day. But really now, and this has been true for years now, we have an election season almost. It's the entire month beforehand. Beginning October 5th, ballots are mailed by the state and early voting begins. So you can stop by our office or the embassy suites and cast your ballot then safely. October 19th is the last day to register, but we still have that safeguard of conditional voter registration, where if you fail to register by October 19th, you can do so between October 20th and November 3rd, including at polling places. Now, here's a tip for parents with 17-year-olds who will be 18 by November 3rd. Get them to register now. We'll send them their ballot. They'll be set for the election. Now, November 3rd is election day, and it's the last day to return your mailed ballot either in person or to obtain that postmark from the USPS.
So this pretty much concludes our presentation. I'm going to leave you with the text of an email that we received not too long ago from a young man that wanted to help. And it fills me with positivity and hope that we are going to have a good election. We're going to administer the election in the best possible way under these very strange and challenging conditions. So thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions, please.
Thank you, Claudio. I'm going to go ahead and see if we have any questions from board members. I see Supervisor Parker's hand is up. Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Valenzuela, for the presentation. You know, I was contacted a few weeks ago by actually a few people who were very interested in, you know, having their school site or church be considered as a ballot drop-off location. And I wonder if you could talk about two things. One is how many drop-off locations other than polling places and Schilling Place and Embassy Suites, how many other drop-off places are there? And what are the kind of the protocols that are necessary for those drop-off boxes to make sure that the ballots stay safe?
Sure. So we have over 20 locations county-wide. These are strictly boxes. Some of them are 24/7. 5 of them are 24/7. Some of are also drive-through and drop-off. And there is, of course, the library. So we have expanded for just a handful of city halls to quite a few more. I think more than double the amount of locations that we have. By the way, we are going to publish all the locations this week in our website. We have had unprecedented interest on this election. Normally, people are not too concerned about the election until we start sending the ballots. But for this election, we have been getting emails and calls of one nature or another, but mostly of support and offer of help to be a poll worker, to drop off a location, etc. Very much ahead of the election, at least for the last 3 months. So we're very grateful for that. And certainly we're very grateful for the people that have called. There is a protocol that we use to determine good locations for drop-off. And of course, we start with higher density of voters and proximity to other locations, like security, etc. So, for example, the box that we just installed in Marina is, I believe, behind the community center, and there's a camera there as well, and it's well protected. So another one that is going to be installed in Monterey, next to the library. So they are in very well lit and there's high transit traffic locations. As I said in the presentation, there is a protocol for handling the envelopes coming out of those boxes, and people that do that either work for the elections department directly, or they are employees of the county or temporary employees that take care of all those duties. And they're clearly either marked cars, or they have themselves the elections vest. It's a blue vest that says elections. You can't miss them. Gina, if you have anything else to say about some of these measures that we take and the procedures, I jump into.
So of the 23 locations that we have now, and that's more than the 16 we previously had, 15 of them are going to be open for expanded hours. So previously we only had one location that was available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week before the election. And now we have 15, which is incredible for those folks who work and aren't able to get to a drop box during regular business hours.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Alejo.
Delay on my service is slow over here. Anyways, just wanted to first of all just ask a few questions from our esteemed Director of Elections on could you let us know how I believe before our absentee voter percentage was 78%. Has that gone up for this upcoming general election? And then your presentation indicated there was 5 drop-off boxes throughout the county and the libraries. So from 5 and with the drop boxes at our county libraries, how many will we have in total throughout the county?
Gina, you were just giving those details?
23.
Right?
Thank you.
23. So yeah, and the other question was about, let me take the note.
Percentage of voters.
Oh, the percentage. So I think it continued to go up, but we are in the 78, 79%. But again, remember the registration totals are going up too. So yes, in the sense of that, yes, more people are voting by mail in Monterey County. But just to clarify, you don't need to be a permanent vote by mail voter to receive a ballot in the mail for this election. For this election, we must send everybody a ballot in the mail. That is part of the executive order by Secretary Padilla, and of course, reaffirmed by the legislators later on.
Yeah, the purpose was to let the public know that because with all the not controversy on the vote by mail or absentee ballot itself, it's just controversy created by the federal administration. that the voters here locally should know that already, even prior to this, 78, 79% were absentee voters who would have got a ballot. That with the executive order, it's the other 21% that now would also be sent a ballot to their home to have more time and to have the option either to mail that in, drop it off, or come into one of the polling sites to vote. So it just gives our citizens more time, more options, which I think is a good thing. The other concern was just the impacts, of course, on the United States Postal Office. So could you, on 2 points, I know the ballots are going out on October 5th as required by state law at the earliest. That's the date the legislature allows you to mail those out. But with conversations with the local post office, do you anticipate any issues with delivery of those ballots and delivery of ballots that perhaps were postmarked on election day and that arrive after the fact? Because I know when I was in Sacramento, there was a law that it said that if they arrive within 3 days after the election, but postmark on election day, they could be counted. But what if there are delays beyond 3 days? Would those ballots still be counted?
Yeah, so we addressed that on slide 8, by the way, but I'm going to tell you that we are very confident on our partners of the USPS. We have known some of these people for 13 years or more, and we meet with them for every large election, all the gubernatorial elections, all our primary elections, and all the presidential elections. We meet with them ahead of the election. We go through the procedures. We share the envelopes. The envelopes are posted in the distribution center so employees of the USPS can distinguish one envelope to another. Some counties have different colors. So they know and they're aware of what we are doing at all times. Our printing vendor shares the information on the when the ballots are going out with us, obviously, and with the post office way in advance, so the post office can be prepared and fully staffed to handle the load. This is nothing new for the post office, especially in the West Coast. We have been voting by mail for such a long time. Washington State, the first state was Oregon. The entire state vote by mail. Then it was Washington State, and of course California now with such a high percentage of people voted by mail. And so this is nothing new for our fellows from the post office. I mean, our colleagues are just terrific and have nothing bad to say about how every year they do their best to get the ballots on time.
Claudio, so you don't anticipate any issues that 3 days after the election, you think that will be sufficient?
No, actually, we had a problem with that. So the legislation was extended from 3 days to 17 days.
Oh, awesome.
I think that the post office in general they have been saying that they need at least 10 to 15 days to return a ballot. Well, the legislators in Sacramento gave them 17 days, so it's more than plenty to get those returns to us.
That's great. That's great to hear. Last question was just on the poll workers. I know obviously with the COVID pandemic, some of our regular poll workers might be reluctant to volunteer. Do you think we will have sufficient staff and volunteers to work those polls for this general election?
It appears to be so. As Gina was saying before, we are short only 200, and at this point, that is very much in line with what we've done in the past when we had enough people. So I think we're going to be okay. But if we are not, we plan B also is to tap into the workers that from the county and from cities and the state as relief workers.
Thank you. Claudia, I just want to really commend you and your staff, knowing that all the challenges and difficulties with everything going on at the national level, that locally your partnerships, your communication with the post office, your preparation just reassuring for us as supervisors that we're going to have a good upcoming election, and that the voters can be reassured that their votes will be processed and handled with all importance they deserve, but they will be counted as well. So all the suggestions you also gave for tracking people's, for voters to track their votes, those are all great suggestions that we're putting out here. So I just appreciate your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. We're going to go to Supervisor Adams next.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your presentation. It was thorough and very enjoyable. I have a few questions though. People have been asking me, okay, what's the safest way for me to ensure that my vote is going to get counted? Would you say to drop it in the mail, or would you say to drop it at the elections office, or would you say something else?
I believe that all the methods that we describe are good, including the USPS, provided the ballots are sent by election day. And I think that those additional days that we have, 17 days is plenty of time for the ballots to arrive to us. So also, I want to make sure that people understand they can track their ballot. So if they don't have to take my word for it. They can start tracking the ballot right away when we tell them, we send you the ballot. Go to where's my ballot and track it and find out how long it takes from the time it was printed and sent to the time they receive it. So they can make their own calculation there, and it should be about the same time to return it.
Thank you. And then secondly, do you count not you specifically, but are the ballots counted as they come in, or do you have to wait and then count them all at once?
That's another thing that changed this year. We have the ability to scan to process the envelopes, determine the eligibility to vote for each voter, and scanned, open the envelope, get the ballots out and scan them right away, 29 days before the election. The ballots are scanned and then they're put in sealed boxes. And of course, on election night, by 8 o'clock, we ran the report with the results. And that is the timeline. By 8:15 or so, we already have the results out, the first report of results. I don't know if that answered the question.
Yes, it does perfectly. Thank you so much. I think your comment just at the end is the other one that I think people are genuinely concerned about, and that's with the additional 17 days, how long will it take for us to know the actual outcome of the elections, both for the local elections, like ballot measures, bond measures, that sort of thing, and also local seats. But then again, the federal results. What's your take on that?
Well, the answer has two parts. One part is, I can tell you that you need to wait until the results are certified by our office.
Right.
There's a canvas period. Also remember, people can cure their signature. If something is not correct with their signature, or there's a signature missing from an envelope, they can cure it by sending us the signature up to 3 days before certification. So we are going to use, I think, every single day of those 29 days of canvas that we have. So one response is wait until the results are certified. But of course, we are going to be sending reports, updates every few days. And at some point you can determine if there's an overwhelming amount of vote for certain measure or candidate that will make it impossible for somebody else to overtake that. So you can make your own, you can come to your own conclusion.
Thank you very much for those.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm going to see if we have any public comment on this presentation. Seeing nobody coming forward in the room, I'll turn to the Zoom. Seeing no hands going up, I'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to this board. Thank you very much for that extremely informative presentation, Claudio. I know there's been a lot of questions around elections, and your department's transparency and willingness to share information as well as to share what your needs are in terms of volunteers has been very, very refreshing. And so as we continue to move through this, I hope you'll continue to share with us through your Facebook page as well as the other methods that you have, the needs that your department has for volunteers, so that we can share that with the community and make sure that we do the best job possible here in Monterey County of having an awesome election that I know you and your staff do an incredible job year-round preparing for, and then getting us the results as quickly as possible. So thank you for that presentation. We appreciate all that you and your team are doing. To you and Gina, we look forward to future presentations and all that you're doing for the community. So thank you. With that, we're going to go ahead and push into item 17, which is something that I've been waiting for a long time. I believe this is going to be a presentation from Mr. Swanson, Brandon Swanson with the RMA, our services manager there. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chair Lopez and Supervisors. Brandon Swanson with Resource Management Agency, here to present the accessory dwelling unit ordinances. And again, I'm very excited to be here today to present these important ordinances. So as you know, there's been a series of state legislation passed between 2016 and 2019 that really was intended to streamline the process for getting ADUs through. Really, the ultimate goal of this is to increase the affordable housing stock across the county and across the state. And I'll say I'm going to go a little bit quickly through this presentation because I know we're a little bit strapped for time. So I'm going to touch on the important points here, but I'm certainly going to be available for any questions as we get to the end. So the county's approach to addressing this streamlined process and requirements from the state was to update our coastal and non-coastal ordinances and essentially defer to the state regulations as much as possible, because the state made it a point to kind of dive in deeper than they normally do to land use regulations. We were allowed to, and we did take the liberty of putting in some provisions specific to Monterey County where it came to resource constraints. Just real quickly, touch on some definitions. An ADU is 1,200 square feet or less, and it's detached or detached, and there's a few other qualifications there you can see. And a JADU, very importantly, is 500 square feet or less. It's contained fully within a single family dwelling, meaning within the walls of a single family dwelling. It's not attached, it's not on the outside. And one of the big changes is it used to require internal circulation with the main house, but now it does not. So it could theoretically be within the walls of a house, walled off from the rest of the house, door to the outside, as long as you have some sort of convenience kitchen or something like that. So again, the state laws are all going towards this idea of making it easier to create livable housing units. Just a few of the state regulation highlights. I have a bunch up here on the screen, but the couple that I really want to touch on is that first one, ADUs of 800 square feet or less. This is newly constructed. There are very, very few restrictions that can be put on by the county. Those are intended at the state level to be considered de minimis or less than impactful. And the only real limiting factor on ADUs 800 square feet or less comes from adequate water and or septic, which is important in Monterey County. It's not as important in urban areas, think cities and things like that. But for us, that's a very important thing. So that's where our Environmental Health Bureau comes in. The other thing that's important to note is that we cannot restrict based on some of the planning things that you typically find in our general plan or our area plans with respect to growth, things like unit caps, density, lot size. Those are pretty much out the window. Not pretty much, those are out the window for accessory dwelling units. And then you can see some other highlights from the state regulations there as well. As I mentioned, we've updated both the ordinances, and here's some highlights that you'll see in both ordinances that are the same. The big one that I want to highlight here for you is that all ADUs and JADUs are subject to review of the Environmental Health Bureau Director. Most of these are going to be ministerial permits, meaning a building permit only. They're not going to have to come through the planning process, but they still will get reviewed by environmental health to make sure that the adequate water and the adequate septic is available. The other thing that's really worth noting here is that they cannot be rented for less than 30 days. We explicitly put that in our ordinance because we think it's so important to note that, because if we're really doing this for affordable housing within the county, locking those down to not be used as short-term rentals is one way to make sure that happens. The other thing I want to note, because I believe that it's really poignant right now, is we also baked into our ordinance that accessory dwelling units could be built ahead of the main dwelling on a site that's been damaged by fire. And now that's important because typically an accessory dwelling unit means that it's accessory to something that's already on the site. But we saw the need for the ability to build these smaller units, which can be done faster ahead of the main dwelling unit. Obviously, there needs to be an application for a main dwelling unit, but if you make an application, there's an ADU as part of that. We're not going to make people wait until the main house is built to build the ADU. We feel like that might be a benefit to people to recover from the fire as well. So just some draft regulations here for the coastal zone only. Again, I'm going to highlight a couple of these. As I mentioned earlier, the county is allowed to put restrictions on certain resource constraints. You can see we have the B8 zoning overlay and areas with specific plans. This B8 zoning overlay shows up in the inland area too, and it's an overlay that restricts intensification in areas where we know there are constraints. This was in the general plan. Think adequate water, wastewater, traffic, or other constraints that pose a risk to health, safety, and welfare of people. So that's, again, just for those ADUs over 800 square feet. 800 square feet or less, much easier to get through. Those restrictions don't apply there. The other thing that's unique in the coastal zone is we've created a tiered approval. Historically, coastal accessory dwelling units required a coastal administrative permit. From the Coastal Commission's perspective, we worked with them through this process, and they have a waiver process that we've implemented here where as long as it's a minor, we can consider it a minor accessory dwelling unit, we can give them a waiver for a coastal administrative permit, which not only cuts down on time, but it also cuts down on costs because as we know, coastal administrative permits can be very expensive. There are certain criteria, it's all in the ordinance, but essentially as long as there's no impacts to resources, coastal resources, issues with the local coastal plan, then the director can consider it minor and they can be granted that waiver. That's very important. Then we get to the inland zone. You'll see again the B8 zoning overlay, and there's a few more resource restricted areas. These are again part of the general plan. We've got the North County planning area, portions of the Toro area plan, and portions of the Greater Salinas area plan, where again we have these areas called out specifically because of resource constraints. And so you can see the things that are unique about the non-coastal area. I'm going to spend a little bit of time here because I think this is really helpful. We made a map that shows the resource constrained areas that I just explained. You can see the red splotches. Those are the approximate areas of the B8 zoning overlays in the county. And the reason you don't see anything farther south in our county here is because none of these exist past that line. So the red areas are our B8 zoning overlay, and the hashed areas are those three general plan areas that I mentioned that have the same sort of resource constraints. So you can see where these areas are at in the county, and I've broken this down by district so you can all tell where they're at. And then to sort of make that even a little bit easier, I've created this matrix here that shows for the inland and the coastal area, sort of how the permitting will work. So if you look at this, it's broken down by the square footage of the ADU that we're talking about. So you can see there's very few areas where you won't be allowed to construct an ADU. So anything over 800 square feet in those resource constrained areas, new construction, we can't permit. But anything else, we can process through a ministerial permit unless we can't grant that waiver in the coastal zone that I mentioned. And in that case, then we're going to need to process a coastal administrative permit. So I'll leave this up for a second. You can take a look at it, but I think this illustrates pretty clearly where the permitting falls at. And you can see that we're really trying to get out of the way and process accessory dwelling units as much as possible as ministerial. So then during the whole process, we've been through the planning commission and now we're at the board. We've received some comments. As I mentioned, we worked with the California Housing and Community Development Department, or HCD. They reviewed both of our ordinances along with the Coastal Commission. We received minor technical edits, nothing major, and they're generally in support of our ordinances. We received one comment from a citizen, mentioned issues with CEQA. It's important to note this is statutorily exempt. The state exempted ordinances with respect to ADUs, again, trying to make sure they could get through. And we did receive one comment from the Pebble Beach Company with respect to a nuance in the state law about the Davis-Sterling Act, which has to do with removing the ability for HOAs or CC&Rs, removing the ability for them to restrict ADUs. So we put language in the ordinance that said, if the Davis-Sterling Act doesn't apply, which is going to be very rare, then those are taken on a case-by-case basis, and that satisfied the contention there. So there are some unique deed restrictions in the forest and maybe other places within the county. So we do have that language in there. So the next steps, we're actually asking the board today to do something a little bit different than we normally do, just in an effort to expedite these ADU ordinances. As always, in the non-coastal zone or the inland zone, we're asking the board to adopt the ordinances and they'll become effective 30 days later. In the coastal zone, we're asking the board again to adopt the ordinances, but we're going to send a resolution to the Coastal Commission notifying them of our adoption. It'll still need to go to hearing at the Coastal Commission. If they adopt them as is, then they'll become effective immediately, meaning that they don't have to come back to the planning or to the board, and they don't have to wait 30 days after that. So it'll cut down some time, hopefully 30, 45, 60 days out of the process. If the Coastal Commission wants some changes, I don't think they will because we've been working with staff. But if they do, then those will need to come back. We'll change it, recertify, and go back to the Coastal Commission. After that is all done, our next step, staff is excited to begin working on possible incentives to bring to the board to discuss with respect to ADUs, things like reduced waived fees. We're working on some pre-approved plans that people can use to build ADUs. And also as part of this, we're planning on creating an JADU permitting guide so that we can hand that out to people, similar to like what we showed you with the DES sort of trifold brochure that we can share with staff and members of the public that creates sort of like an easy, handy dandy, how do I get my ADU in Monterey County? Because I think that'll go a long way to helping as well. So with that, staff is recommending that the board adopt ordinances for both the coastal and inland zone, adopt a resolution to send to the Coastal Commission, let them know that we've taken an action, and also find that this is statutorily exempt pursuant to CEQA. And with that, I'm available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. I'll turn to the board and see if we have any questions. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, if someone's, I guess I fully support this, and I think it's a good thing, and especially out in my district where a lot of the lots are 2 acres and 3 acres and 5 acres. I think it's ideal. But I got a couple of questions. My only concern is the setback on the 4 foot going from 8 foot to 4 foot. It's fine out in my area, but you get into the Bolsonos where you have half-acre parcels. I guess that's a little concern. I could see someone, and then the other one is the parking space, eliminating parking place for them in a more city-wide section. I can see that being a concern, but I beyond that I don't. But I guess my question is, I bring up those 2 things, but my question is on septic. If someone's building an ADU, can they then, if it's close enough, tie into their existing septic system and not have to put the entire new septic and leach line system in?
Yeah, through the chair, if I might. My understanding is, yes, you can tie into the existing, but fortunately our partners from environmental health are here, and I believe Nicole Fowler is available to answer that question. She can probably speak a lot more intelligently to that than I can.
Seeing as it's Septic Awareness Week, Nikki.
Nikki, are you available for that question? I do see that she's on.
I know in my case, Supervisor Phillips, it was a capacity question. So when I built mine, it was that, yes, if I had enough capacity to handle the load required by the 2 units, it would be okay. But unfortunately, in my case, my septic was built so far back that they couldn't confirm the size. And so I wasn't allowed, in my case, I had to dig an additional septic system in order to handle the ADU that we installed.
So are we going to make you your ADU legal now?
Yeah, I'm legal already. We're just making it easier for those that come next.
Well, through the chair, if I might, Supervisor Phillips, I have talked to Nikki about this, and hopefully she'll be able to jump on. Maybe she got pulled away to something, but my understanding, at least, I'm not going to speak for environmental health, but my understanding is that you can connect to an existing septic system, but Supervisor Lopez is correct. It really becomes a capacity issue to safely handle the load. You certainly would be able to, if you have the space on your property, to put in a septic, a second septic, assuming that the space is there to put it in. It's really all about just making sure that the new load that's coming from the ADU can be handled safely on the property to help prevent health issues.
All right, thank you. And
You see Rick Encarnacion just, his face just came up on the screen, so he may be able to help with this actually.
Yes, through the chair, this is Rick Encarnacion, Assistant Bureau Chief Environmental Health. I apologize, Nikki Fowler is not available, but all the discussion is essentially correct. We're talking about the public health reasons for capacity to treat the water. And just like what Brandon mentioned, these restrictions with regards to the on-site wastewater systems in Monterey County are very important because of the public health issues in protection of water. Just like how we as a county recognize the human right to water. There are technical advancements in septic water treatment. As you know, we do have the LAMP that's been approved, but there is procedures that would allow for the review of the septic water treatment.
Thank you, Rick. And then I wonder, Brandon, Supervisor Phillips did also ask a question about setbacks. Is that a decision that we make, or was this something that was in a state policy that came down that we included in the policy?
The setback, that's a wonderful question through the chair. That is a state law. The 4-foot setback is a state law. And since we're talking about setbacks, just a little additional information on that. If you were to convert say a garage or a shed or an accessory structure that was allowed to have a 1-foot setback in some areas, because that is the setback for structures like that. If you were to convert those structures to an ADU, they would be able to maintain their shorter setback, their smaller setback. So a garage converted to an ADU, if it had a 1-foot setback, would maintain that 1-foot setback. You couldn't build a new one and have that 1-foot setback. All new construction needs to have at least a 4-foot setback, but you may find some conversions have actually a 1-foot setback. But that is state law. Same thing applies to the parking standard.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I do want to say thank you for all your work done. And this is something really needed, and we're excited about it. So
We're going to Supervisor Adams next. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much. I have a few questions. Great job, really good. We're all excited to have this opportunity. It's really super. I did have a few questions about the locations though, and I'm wondering, explain exactly where the construction of the new ADUs that are over 800 feet not be allowed.
Sure, let me, if I could, I'll share my screen again. That could help. Oops. There. Okay, so everyone can see the screen now, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, so if you look at the areas that either have the red marking or the hashes, here in the North County area, the Greater Salinas area, and here in the Toro area, those are the 3 hashed areas, along with the red areas. Those would be what are noted in our general plan, essentially, as resource constrained areas, where anything over 800 square feet, we would not be permitting. New construction, that's new construction. So we would allow for conversion in these areas, but new construction over 800 square feet would not be allowed in these areas.
And what do you mean by resource constrained?
So it could be a number of things. If you, in the general plan policies, it speaks to water adequacy, the ability to handle septic loads safely, traffic impacts, slope resources. There are just certain areas during that process that were called out specifically to limit intensification to just the first single family dwelling.
Okay. I certainly understand the need to ensure access to water and adequately, sewage capacity. But I just hope that we're not cutting the success of the effort off by those areas where we're going to have individual checks on every single solitary one by environmental health. Do you think that that's going to be a stumbling block just because there's going to be such a backup of things, or maybe there won't be? But
well, I can start. I can give you my opinion through the process working with our partners at Environmental Health, and I'm sure Rick would like to add to this as well. But we all came together on this ADU as a team effort, ADU ordinance, with the goal of creating a pathway for people to get ADUs in the county. I think that we all feel the same way about these are a real opportunity for us to help with an affordable housing crisis in the county. They're affordable by design because they're smaller. We just know that that's true. Having said that, there are still certain things that we do need to protect for in the county. My understanding in talking with Rick and Nikki is that their goal is not to get in the way of this at all. It's just really to protect the health of the public, which is why we've created a ministerial process, meaning you're essentially just applying for a building permit. And during that building permit process, like every other building permit, it gets routed to environmental health. The hope is many of these, they can just look at it. Here's where it's at. Look at this, check, check, check. We don't have to worry about it. But they just want to be able to catch them if there's an issue potentially. But these will be routed just like the normal building permit process, and that'll be environmental health's opportunity to catch them. But like I said, we partner with environmental health, and I think we have a similar philosophy on this. So Rick, do you want to add to that at all?
Yes, there have been a lot of discussions, and what Brandon mentioned is exactly right. Our environmental health, we're not only looking at the preservation of the environment, but the health of the tenants. We're also involved in the state housing code. We're the same people that respond to complaints regarding sewage, rodent infestations, anything dealing with proper housing. So no matter how big or small the housing, there are health considerations to taking place. But we do want also understand the need for more housing as a way to, and the ADUs as an avenue to provide more inventory, but also keeping in mind the health considerations of the residents as well as the preservation of the environment.
Thank you so much. And so then looking at this map, which is really helpful, the ADUs or the JDUs would only be available in those areas that do not have any red or hash marks.
So the way that this would work is 800 square feet or less, you can build a brand new ADU. So you can do new construction of an ADU in any area of the county. So even in these red areas and the hash mark areas. 801 square feet to 1,200 square feet, so anything over 800 square feet, just would not be allowed in these hashed areas. So you can still build an ADU of 800 square feet, which is a livable space. You're missing that extra 400 square feet of space. As far as JADUs go, since they are contained fully within the footprint of a single family dwelling, those can go anywhere. Those are not limited by these resource constrained areas. We're simply talking about new construction of an attached or detached accessory dwelling unit at over 800 square feet. So it's a pretty limited, as I mentioned, it's a pretty limited number of places where you won't be able to get a permit for something. It's just these, over 800 square feet new construction. Everything else is either ministerial, or if you can't get that director's waiver in the coastal zone, then you're processing a coastal administrative permit, which is still the lowest level of a coastal permit we can do.
Thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Much.
I'm going to go to Supervisor Parker next. Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for this presentation and all the work that's gone into this. It's really, I was amazed at how clear it was to read through the materials and understand what was going on. So thank you. Thank you. I had a question about affordability because it mentions that it's about affordability, but then there's no mention of it ever again, kind of thing. So, and I think you've answered that by saying it's affordability by design. And I will just say 1,200 square feet is bigger than my house in Seaside. So, we'll see about that. But by and large, the way this is being considered, I think, we've got a pretty good chance. What I was hoping was that, and my question is, I found that map really helpful, that grid about, what's allowed where with what kind of permit. And I guess I was wondering, I imagine that information will be in the brochure, but are you going to have that map and that helpful information on your website as well, so that if people are just kind of poking around trying to figure out, do I live in an area where I can do an accessory dwelling unit over 800 square feet? They'd be able to figure that out without having to go anywhere or call anybody.
Absolutely. That's our goal on this, is really because we do see this as such an opportunity, is to give as much information as we can. I don't really like the matrix that I made. I think it's kind of ugly. So I'm going to make something that looks a little bit better, but it was for the purposes of this. But we will, both for the brochure and on the website, we'll have very user-friendly information for everybody. Yep.
All right, so knowing ugly is good enough for us, we're going to go over to John Phillips, Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I gotta say, the resource constraint areas, when I look at I was looking at the red before, I didn't realize the hash areas was also in that area, but I mean, that's 85% of my district. It's in this resource constrained area, so obviously that's a concern. I realize under 800 or 850 and less, but I mean, for precluding this much of our area that has 5 and 6 and 10 acre parcels on it, that's I can see the problem and a lot of angst on part of our people.
Thank you, Supervisor. We're going to go to Supervisor Alejo next.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. I just wanted to comment on this because we had I filed a referral on ADUs specifically for this, and this was in December 2017, and it was to update our ADU ordinance that hadn't been updated in a long time with laws that had passed in 2017. And here we are 3 years later, and I think there's a lot more laws that have been enacted since then. But so I'm appreciative of staff of all the work that's been done. I know it's a long and hard process figuring out how best this is going to work in Monterey County with the maps and the resource constrained areas. But we're here, so I'm glad it took time, but we're here. So that's great progress. And certainly in this housing crisis, it's not a complete answer, but it's certainly part of the answer. Having more ADUs meet housing needs for local residents. The question I only have is not the work that you did, but the missing work from that referral, because it was, and not only, because a lot of this is state law. It wasn't like changes that we decided to change, but rather the state made changes that required us to update our ordinance to reflect new laws. But we haven't really discussed what can the board do to help facilitate or encourage ADUs. And we had talked about 3 years ago doing what Santa Cruz County did, which was making it easier to facilitate ADUs by having some model plans that owners could pick from, and it would save them money from having to spend thousands on an architect. But rather we would have like a plan A, B, and C that would expedite things for them in terms of permitting and save them money in terms of architectural plans. What progress have we made on that aspect of the referral?
That's a great question through the chair. So there's a couple of things definitely I'd like to respond to there. So first, you're right, this has taken us some time to get back. If you recall, we were actually ready. We were agendized for the board a little over a year ago. And then the state legislation, we saw a host of draft legislation come out that did some pretty crazy things, including at the time being able to subdivide and sell the ADU separate from the property just everywhere. And so we actually hit the brakes on that ordinance at the time to let the dust settle at the state level. And we think we came up with a better ordinance having done that rather than having to update it twice. With respect to what we can do, I think that staff's next step, like I mentioned, is really we want to come back in short order with some ideas for incentive programs, if that's reduced fees, if it's other incentives that we can do. That'll be a big part of this, I think. And the other thing is that if you recall, we received SB2 grant from the state that's to do planning work that would help forward affordable housing. So $60,000 of that we set aside in our grant, and we were in the process of pulling together an RFP to send out for architects to help us design exactly what you're speaking about, Supervisor Alejo, which is a really great solution. Some pre-approved plans that we can hand out to people if they're interested in using them to build an ADU. So they don't have to go through the time and expense of working with an architect. We'll know that they're already reviewed at the county level. And so they're much easier to approve and cheaper and faster for those that would like to use those plans. So we do have some ideas that we're working on, and I do intend on bringing those back through the board quickly as we can, because I do wholeheartedly feel this is really important.
No, thank you, Mr. Swanson. I commend your work, and I know it's a lot, but these are all those milestones that we could point to the community that we've updated our ordinance. It should make it easier, and then with some of those ideas that you'll bring back, it's us also stepping up and incentivizing and hopefully making it give our local residents more of a reason to add this type of housing stock on properties where it does make sense. And so I appreciate that. The only other suggestion I'd have is that we expanded the Health and Human Services Committee to include housing, and it'd be nice to have some of these go through that policy committee ahead of time, just so some of these issues could be worked out, and just have one review by a policy committee before coming to the full board. And so it was intended that way so that we would have more oversight and on housing proposals in Monterey County, and so maybe when some of these come back, we could put that committee more of a use in terms of just utilizing that lens in that committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor, and I'll take some of the blame on that one. I couldn't wait much longer. I wanted this thing done, so I pushed it, knowing that it could have gone to Health, Housing, and Human Services, but I'll take that one. Supervisor Phillips, I see your hand is up again.
Yeah, I'm still on the resource constraint areas. Say if someone in one of those areas, instead of wanting to build an 850 square foot ADU, wants to make it 1,000 square foot in order to accommodate what they consider their needs, what would be the process? Would they have to apply for a variance, or are they dead in the water? What happens then, since so much of it's in my district?
That's an excellent question. So we wouldn't have a pathway straight out to provide ministerial approval. Certainly, the county, the way the land use entitlements work is you can apply for basically anything, and then we need to take it through the proper channels. So the application would come in, it wouldn't meet the qualifications for our ordinance to sort of streamline and get the ministerial approval or even a coastal administrative permit, but we could at least take in the application, look at it on its own merits, case by case basis, and see if there was a path for it. But as far as this ordinance goes and getting in under the simple ministerial process, anything over 800 square feet would have a difficult time with this.
Okay. And are basically the reasons for the resource constraint area basically water and sewer? Is that?
Water, sewer, traffic, the way the general plan lays it out is, or other sort of like public resource constraints that could impact health or safety or well-being of citizens. So, think really heavily traffic impacted, some slope resources, soil constraints, things like that. But the main ones were water and sewer.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to, I know we haven't gotten to public comment yet, but I just want to say thank you, Brandon, for bringing this forward. I know there's been a lot of starts and stops as we watched the legislature work over the last few years. They made a lot of different changes, and so I think it was a smart choice to hold off in terms of bringing forward the full sort of proposal. But now that it's here, I think you guys have done an incredible job. I know that there's still challenges that lay out there, having gone through this recently. I know where the costs are, and we know that it is the fees, right? And there's a lot of these little things that kind of creep up in terms of traffic fees and school fees. And so there's still going to be some barriers for folks. We're acknowledging that those exist, as well as, if somebody is close to a city and can connect to a sewer, the costs are going to be a lot lower, knowing what we had to go through to make sure that we had that additional septic system in place in the condition where we didn't have one big enough to accept the extra need on the septic. And so as all this moves forward, I look forward to more of those incentives coming forward. But I do just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. I had a great project manager on my ADU that I'm lucky enough to call my wife, and it was very stressful, the entire process. trying to learn to do it on our own, working with an architect, getting those designs built. And I do want to briefly speak to Supervisor Alejo's recommendation, and part of his referral that was that creating almost a bank of predetermined designs with maybe some different elevations, some different facades that folks could use to really get different design elements that might tie into their home as sort of prepackaged design. I know in speaking with Katie Castagna, the United Way, that is something that they're working on as well. In fact, she's asked if we're willing to add our ADU design into the bank so that they could have a bank of designs that have been approved in different areas to be able to offer folks to help reduce that cost. In fact, tomorrow night, I'll be giving the opening remarks on a Zoom call that's their ADU conference. And so it's very timely that this is coming forward today. I know other jurisdictions are considering the same, and I think my overall feeling is that ADUs are a portion of the answer. In our case, it was an opportunity to bring family in to live on site, create a multi-generational household, where we were very fortunate to finish it the same month that unfortunately COVID took off here, and it created a great resource for us in having family nearby. But for different folks, it's different needs, right? It's a rental income. It's the ability to house a neighbor. It's the ability to have the flexibility, perhaps move themselves into the smaller unit and rent the bigger unit as they design something that they can age in place in, something that's going to be able to hold them in a place that they love a lot longer. And so getting this policy complete and rolled out was so critical for our community. Again, I know it's not the answer for everyone, and there's always the ability to say, well, it doesn't solve this problem. No, but it's a large chunk, and it took a lot of effort from the entire county team, from environmental health, all the way over to planning, and all the way up and down. I know you have to make sure dot all the I's, cross all the T's in legal, so there's a big team that makes sure that this gets done the right way, and I just want to show my appreciation here in this venue and say thank you to the entire team for making this happen. So before we go to public comment, I do see Supervisor Adams has her hand up. Supervisor Adams. You're muted, Supervisor.
These are actually more comments than they are questions, but I did just have one additional question. I realized that my whole District 5 is not included in the map. And I don't know if it's because that whole swath of unincorporated area is not allowed, ADUs are not allowable there. But I just wanted to make sure that you, as we show the whole map of the county, I think you should include all of the various, the full complement of the districts. I think that would be good. And then, do you think that we are that we're just excluding too many areas, particularly in the unincorporated area? I know that we want to be able to help with the RENA numbers and help address the affordable housing. But I'm just wondering that how, having to implement the state's directive, if too many people are being excluded from the opportunity to be able to do this. That as an example, that whole North County planning area, as well as a lot of the unincorporated area in my own district and probably Chris's as well.
Well, that's a great point. And to your first point, the areas that are not shown on that map that I put up have no resource constraints. So it's the rest of the county, there's none of those hashed marks or red areas in those areas not shown on the map that I put up today. It was just zoomed in because it makes it easier to see. But everywhere else is essentially,
okay.
Everywhere else is okay.
Good. So the whole map will have everything.
Correct. Yeah, the whole map will look very clean because there's only this part up here. Yeah, and then to your second point, I agree that it's difficult when you start putting up constraints, especially when you're talking about things like accessory dwelling units that could be a part of the solution to affordable housing, which is why when we wrote this ordinance, and it was a team effort, it was environmental health, it was county council, a lot of people had great input on this. And so as we all came together, we thought, well, how can we at least try to get as much as possible, knowing that those resource constraints are there? And that's how we landed on the, we're going to go full with that 800 square feet or less and just take our hands off of that altogether, not try to push back or work with state law, because state law comes down on that 800 square foot number. But we tried to make it really explicit that anything under 800 square feet, you can build new construction. So at least gives you an option. Every area of the county has an option for constructing an ADU. You may not be able to construct a 1,200 square foot ADU. You may not be able to construct a 900 square foot ADU, but you can at least construct a new 800 square foot or less ADU in any area of the county. So we do feel like we've tried to provide a middle ground where there's an opportunity everywhere. It's just not the same opportunity in every area because of these known resource constraints.
So the 800 would work over in the North County area as well then?
Correct.
It's just, okay.
Any of those hash marked or red areas that we put up can have an 800 square foot or less newly constructed ADU.
Great.
Well, and if I could interject, it's also, if there's an existing, like a guest house, they can convert that to an ADU, even though it's over 800 square feet. So what I would suggest is if somebody is in those restricted areas is interested in having an ADU, that they come in and explore with us, because there might be an avenue to get them there. It might be different than what they were necessarily thinking. It was, I just want to build one here, but there may be other options for them. You know, converting a garage or a barn area or something that may not be what they were wanting to do or necessarily thinking, but it is an option or avenue for them.
It's great. Good. Good. Well, I'm totally supportive of this. I'm even advocating for a small amount of water for ADU development through my in my role at the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District Board, just so there can be, you know, something that's given toward that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So at this point, we're going to open it up to the public, see if we have any public comment on this presentation and this ordinance as proposed. I'm looking around the room and see nobody coming forward via the Zoom. I don't see any hands up. We ask folks to use the raise hand function. If you're on a landline and wish to participate, we ask that you use *9, which will raise your hand and let us know you wish to be recognized. I see one hand up from John Martinez. Mr. Martinez, we're going to go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 2-minute public comment with this board.
Great, thank you, Mr. Lopez. I really appreciate what you guys are doing, what the staff has done with this mimicking of the state guidance, with the state guidance, and given the COVID situation and the smoke and all, and the economy given what it is, people have been forced to have to live in crowded conditions, and with the fear of having authorities come down on them for having family members, a grandmother, a brother-in-law, whatever, move in so that they can provide shelter. They're not having to live out in the street somewhere. So thank you very much for that consideration. I also feel that maybe in Mr. Phillips' area, I think there should be some consideration and another look at how can you expand that in that geographic area. A lot of farm workers who pick strawberries and work in that area there are in sore need of that relief, and are living together, and it's spreading COVID and other possible contaminants amongst themselves because of the proximity of their situation. But having their own sewer kitchen, and that gives them that space, and I think it's a great move forward. Thank you very much. And for South County, I know people are packing into those houses, and you got families living per bedroom. This will help alleviate a lot of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, John. We're going to go to Julie Felice next. Julie, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself to share a 2-minute public comment with this board. Julie? Julie?
Can you hear me, Brandon? I wasn't sure if you could hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you now. This isn't Brandon,
Okay.
but we can hear you.
All right. My question to you is, I understood that what you're addressing is really the septic systems in some of the areas. Is Pajaro sanitation and also Baranda sanitation part of this plan for the small housing? Because in those cases, they have sewer systems, and they go through water one for allocate for the treated sewage, and also for allocation plans that exist in those two areas. Are they part of this plan?
Thank you very much, Julie. All right, Brandon, can you give us an answer to the question that we heard there about somebody who lives within a service area whose home might already be connected?
I can. Supervisor Lopez, through the chair. So the short answer is that's part of the review that will happen when these get routed through the building permit process to environmental health. You mentioned earlier that the environmental health is going to look at it and hopefully go check, check, check and be done with it. I would assume that if environmental health sees that a house is connected to municipal services for water and sewer, that's going to be an easy check, check, check for them. And the ADU is on to the next step. I don't know if Rick wants to add anything to that, but I think that's a pretty simple answer there.
Yes, that's pretty much the process. I do believe also Nikki's back online. If you can provide some details.
Thank you, Rick. I am here. I'm sorry that I had to step away previously. So Nikki Fowler with Environmental Health. Ultimately, yes, Environmental Health would be looking at the fact that these sites already had sewer connections or water connections, as well as evidence that they have satisfactory water and wastewater supplies. Ultimately, the state laws prohibit us from requiring additional meters or looking at these as additional connections on the existing public or regional facilities.
Thank you, Nikki. So with that, I'm going to bring it back to the board, and I see Supervisor Alejo has his hand up.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation today. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and second that. Just so important, I just want to once again thank staff. I want to see if there's any other board comments before we take a vote. All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now we're going to head into our next item, which is 18, status on the implementation of recommendations from the July 22nd, 2020 Citygate report. I'll turn it over to Mr. McKee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to provide this status update, as well as to get some action by the board and potential direction from the Board of Supervisors regarding the Citygate review of the Resource Management Agency and recommendations that Citygate put forward. In addition, the County Administrative Office, in conjunction with the Human Resources Department, County Council, and Resource Management Agency leadership endeavored to provide the board some more detailed recommendations building off of the Citygate report, and those are included within our report to the Board of Supervisors herein today. The process that Citygate undertook, as most people are aware, was very in-depth in talking to stakeholders, to members of the public, to those in the public who have businesses involved directly with the Resource Management Agency, as well as many of the staff members of the Resource Management Agency. I think Citygate did a very good process in trying to get a cross-section of both the public and the staff within the Resource Management Agency. And the intent overall from Citygate was to look at the structure, the processes, and kind of the work and workload of Resource Management Agency to see if there were ways to improve things, to make things better, to just provide a better structure and a set of processes here for the County of Monterey to continue the improvement that we see that the Resource Management Agency started when it was first created and has grown up over time. The actions for the board's consideration today include an ordinance that there would be an introduction and waiving of reading and setting for adoption to dissolve or transform the Resource Management Agency into two new departments, the Housing and Community Development Department and the Department of Community Services. We would also ask the board to consider authorizing different actions to implement the various recommendations that are included within both the Citygate report as well as the recommended actions by staff here in the board report. We would also ask that you would authorize the County Council to make amendments to the Monterey County Code in the future to implement these actions that might be authorized by the ordinance of this board and resolution of this board. Speaking of the resolution, there will be a resolution to also implement some of these actions, such as amending the PPPR, the Personnel Practices and Policies Resolution, to also amend the budget to add and delete various positions. The County Administrative Officer and in conjunction with the Human Resources Department, County Council, and the Auditor Controller would also be authorized to take various actions to implement the board's intent if they approve the ordinance and resolution today, the resolution today, and authorize moving forward on the ordinance. Some of the actions that the County Administrative Office would take separate from different actions of the board, and some of these have already occurred, but I'll outline some of the ones that will be going forward. We will be moving the housing division of the County Administrative Office from our office over to the Resource Management Agency and then over to the Housing and Community Development Department. That move of housing would occur next week if the board so moved. I could also take that action, I think, as the County Administrative Officer, unless the board took some action to say no, don't move the housing division. We would retain the economic development part of housing and economic development in the County Administrative Office, consistent with their City Gate recommendations. I would be appointing the current Resource Management Agency Director to be the director of the new Housing and Community Development Department. The Human Resources Department would retitle the Resource Management Agency Assistant Director to Assistant Director of Community Services. I would also have the Human Resources Department recruit, and then I would appoint the Community Services Director for the new Community Services Department. And all of these actions and the two new departments would operate under the current budgets of the Resource Management Agency, which includes the various functions and divisions within Resource Management Agency as it exists today, such that we think we could have them operate throughout this fiscal year. And then come the new fiscal year, there'll be obviously a new budget for the new departments, and different functions will be split out consistent with the new budget. The effective date of the new departments and when the new directors would take their positions would be November 30th, 2020. However, the appointment of those two new directors would occur prior to that date so that they can hit the ground running and help advise on some of the additional actions that might be needed, and recommend some potential changes over what might be included today or what might be recommended by Citygate to make sure that we have a successful implementation. Part of that is a schedule of implementation that is included in the Citygate report that requires different actions of the county over the roughly over a year. And we want to make sure that those departments and their directors are ready to go as soon as possible on that. In addition, it should be noted that that many of the Resource Management Agency leadership participated in the drafting of this report and the recommendations that are contained therein. I particularly want to thank Carl Holm, Sean Ellerby, Randy Ishii, Lindsay Larabel, and some of the staff that they've worked with to try to create the board report today, as well as the recommendations. And the board report itself was drafted by committee, essentially, with the assistance of those aforementioned people, as well as Nick Chulos, who helped shepherd the Citygate process. Les Gerard giving us his legal insight, Irma Ramirez-Bao for human resources, and some of the staff like Ariana Hurtado and Kim Moore, especially in the human resources department. So I want to thank them for helping move this through. The staff of Resource Management Agency, as well as County Council, CAO, and others, we looked thoroughly at the Citygate report itself, and we're heartened by the actions of the board in July to recommend moving forward with that report. But we also noted there were some things that Citygate didn't necessarily address there were a few positions that were left out. There were quite a few functions that we thought needed to be explained in more detail, and you can see that in some of the attachments that are included with the board report that list out the functions that we are recommending move within the different departments today. One of those functions relates to environmental services, flood control, and the various aspects of the work that team does within the Resource Management Agency. And I appreciate the input from SEIU, Service Employees International Union, and some of the staff that are working on flood control issues right now. And the recommendation from my office, as well as the Resource Management Agency leadership, is pretty consistent with what Citygate was saying, which is to there might be some discrete functions in the flood control area, but try to keep that staff together and give them the opportunity for growth as the new departments mature, and there could be some differences of opinion as far as where the best location is for that function. We think it's most appropriate in the Housing and Community Development Department because it fits more closely with the functions that are aligned with Housing and Community Development. However, we also know that the Board of Supervisors might have a different opinion on any of these actions today, and we want to make sure that the board understands the authority that they have in giving direction to organize the departments. You also have empowered in the county administrative officer the authority to recommend organizations, reorganizations, and one of the things we are engendering to do as we move forward here is to not lock in anything for the future in a way that would make it cumbersome to make any changes. So the board might be creating the two new departments, but the functions within those departments could be easily moved between departments or even elsewhere, should we think it's the right move for the county, right move for those departments. We're gonna leave in the ability to be flexible just in case we don't get it right on the first swing here at this attempt. The idea behind the two new departments, the Housing and Community Development Department, is more on the customer serving, the regulatory and permitting side of development. And that's kind of the idea of why environmental services and flood control would be there, but it includes, your general building services and planning functions that you would normally consider with regulatory and permitting of development. Community services, the new community services department is more on the infrastructure, community assets, parks, roads, bridges, those kinds of things, your traditional public works items, your traditional county facility type items, and we think that would be a good unique structure for keeping those functions all together in one place. The big change here is obviously the creation of the two new departments, and what Citygate has provided is the opportunity, and they have also provided the tools to hopefully make those two new departments successful with the focus that they would be able to provide, the staff would be able to provide within those discrete areas that are assigned to those departments, and also to have clearer lines for promotion and development of the different employees within those departments. But we also know that the Resource Management Agency itself had an economy of scale in many ways associated with the administrative functions that go along with such a department as Resource Management Agency. And the division of the agency, the transformation of that agency into two new departments will cause us to think a little bit about how to split up the administrative function. And so in the short term, we think it's best to leave a lot of those functions together and have them operate within one of those departments, billing back the other department for those services, just because it'll be difficult to split them up in a way that's not economically feasible. And then speaking of the economics, the board wanted us to come back with the costs associated with implementing the Citygate report, as well as some of the additional recommendations that we have here today. Theoretically, the cost should be zero because you're just saying we're going to have two new departments made up coming from the original department, the Resource Management Agency. And that is correct in one sense, except for We're going to delete some positions and we're going to add positions. For example, we're going to add the position of the Director of Community Services. So that's one spot where there'll be some cost, but there will also be some cost savings by deletion of positions. There are also some functional work that needs to be done if you're going to follow through with some of the Citygate recommendations, such as general plan implementation through the use of some consultants, and that would take some additional costs. In the attachment E, you can see the cost breakdown. It's very detailed, and we understand there's a lot of information in those attachments, especially attachment E that talks about the cost, as well as the attachment on the different functions. And there's a lot of detail there. We understand that it's very thorough, and we wanted to make sure that we covered everything that might come up as far as questions from the board and the public. So with that said, ultimately it's the board to provide the direction to us today, whether they want to move forward in the way that we're structuring it. We would hope that if there are any changes from that direction, that the board would at least authorize moving forward with the direction to bring back for adoption the ordinance that would ultimately dissolve and transform the Resource Management Agency into the two new departments, so that we can start moving down that road. And as I said, the intent is to have flexibility to potentially reverse course on any of the individual functions that might be allocated to one of the departments that should be moved because we find that it isn't the right fit. So we'll keep that flexibility moving forward. We also want to continue to have any dialogue with any of the unions involved, especially SEIU, because they're the main union involved here as we move forward, because we know that they have the interest of the county employees at heart. They're members of SEIU, and we want to work together in implementation in a seamless way. So with that, I want to thank Citygate for the work that they did in putting this together. It was quite thorough, and especially in time of COVID. The citizens that participated spent their time to give their input was really important. The staff of Resource Management Agency have been the utmost professionals in giving their input and making this happen and trying to be successful here. Obviously, some of the individuals I said, Nick, Les, Irma, Carl, Shawnee, Lindsay, and Randy specifically, and Ariana and Kim, sorry. Also, their input has been indispensable. And then, of course, the Board of Supervisors for actually giving this direction originally for me to engage Citygate in this process. I think in the long term, it's going to be very helpful to create success in those two new departments, having that Board of Supervisors support and push behind this. And with that, I will ask if any of the participants, Carl, if you have any comments you would like to make, and of course, Randy Ishii, who's obviously the star of Public Works, and we think his input is important. Nick, from the perspective of helping shepherd this, and anyone else. Carl, do you have any comments you would like to make to begin with?
Thank you, Charles. I think you've covered it really, really well. Just point out in the staff report, we identified some of the staffing recommendations that were in the Citygate report and how we're approaching those. I think probably the main one I wanted to highlight was relative to the chief of planning, where Citygate had looked at the deputy director shifting into that position. And as we've been going through this conversation, and John Dugan is also available, we've been looking at kind of how his role maybe can help with moving us forward with these recommendations. And John has offered to serve as a management specialist, where he would become the zoning administrator. He would continue with some of the major projects that he's been working on, the defensible space, the Big Sur land use plan, some of those items that right now we don't have the staffing to get to. And so which would help reduce some of the consulting costs for bringing in outside consulting work. but it also then opens up the ability to recruit for a chief of planning, as we will be recruiting for a chief of building services. And I think with the new department, looking towards the future, I think that would be a prudent move, and John has been very gracious in working with us in that regards. And I think he also plays a very significant role with his background in education and a lot of the training pieces that need to occur with the Citygate recommendations, that he's very, very well qualified in doing that and has that expertise. And as far as the budgetary piece, or the fiscal piece, I should say, that was attached to the report, it's kind of a magnitude of cost, like with the general plan implementation. Initially, we were looking at, going out to consultants, it would be in the kind of $9 to $10 million range. And, now we're at kind of about a $4 million context of looking at what are the types of things that the consultants could actually be effective in helping us move forward. We haven't brought that forward as a specific request. Those kind of things we would bring back through as we have more defined scope and cost through the budget committee and to the board, rather than part of this component. But we wanted to at least give you a magnitude of cost of what that might look like. I think those are the two things that I wanted to touch on. Charles, if you want to hand it off to anybody else.
Yeah, I think Nick's going to get up and make a comment. I think if Randy or Shawnee have any comments, that might be helpful also.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, I think that the board's direction when you in July, when you directed us to move forward, was to bring back a roadmap and begin to look at the budget implications. And I think the report today goes a long way to do that. And I would just commend Carl and his group for just really digging into this in detail. There's a lot here. And one thing that wasn't mentioned, I think, was that Carl held a Zoom staff meeting to go over the recommendations that are in today's board report last Friday. And I think I remember being on that call, and there were over 100 individuals on that briefing. So I thought that was commendable too. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So, Les, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the board. Just one thing that wasn't explicitly set out in the recommendation is we'd like you to set for adoption September 29th for the ordinance adoption to come back. And I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on how the ordinance before you was set up to amend the municipal code. There are references to the Resource Management Agency and various components of the Resource Management Agency throughout the county code. Rather than come back with repeated ordinances amending the code, we set this up as authorizing county council in conjunction with the clerk of the board and the CAO's office to identify those changes, those necessary changes in the code, and just make those in reliance upon or pursuant to the ordinance that is before you today. So we won't have to keep coming back for repeated amendments to the county code. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
I don't know, Shawnee, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you, Charles. Sean Ellerby, thank you, Chair and Board of Supervisors. Just one clarification, when Charles was going through the recommendations, he had mentioned operating under the existing budget units. And he mentioned the RMA budget units. I just wanted to make sure we're clear that for the housing component that's going to be physically moving over to the RMA, they will still be operating under their existing budget unit under the CAO's office. That's Unit 8514, the Housing and Economic Development Administration. And then also we'll be looking at, for when the housing component moves over, adequately staffing for some of the responsibilities that were performed by the MA2 position that's going to be staying with the economic development team. We discussed doing a request to classify to identify the proper position that would pick up some of the fiscal duties formerly performed by that MA2, as well as continue with some of the analytical work from the housing analyst. And so that's something that we're also going to be looking at as we move forward. And other than that, I think, as Charles mentioned, this was a collaborative effort, and we look forward to hearing your comments and getting your direction.
Thanks, Sean. I guess I couldn't slip that little budget item past you on the housing. So I tried. No, you were correct. The housing budget activities would continue in the CAO's office budget unit for this fiscal year, and the request to classify is something that we would support. Randy, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Charles, and thank you, Supervisor Lopez and members of the board. Staff appreciates the opportunity to participate in such a collaborative process and fulfilling the board's direction to cogitate the matter. Staff believes that the CAO and Carl Holm, the RMA Director, have stated it very articulately. We also look forward to the challenges of which this will bring. The board report speaks for itself with regards to those challenges and some of the processes that we collectively had gone through. Because the budget process will be resuming again very soon for fiscal year 21, we look forward to those opportunities and avenues to address some of those budgetary challenges as we set up the two departments for success into their first of their fiscal years. And with that, we again thank you very much for the collaborative process and look forward to the board's direction on the matter.
All right, I'm going to open it up to the board, see if we have any questions. Board members, questions at this point? Okay, I see a hand up. I'm going to go to Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do just have a couple of questions. In the recommended action today let's see, where is it? It refers to taking certain fiscal actions. So action 3, authorizing other actions to implement the ordinance, including certain fiscal actions and amending the county code. That part I know about. Could you, I'm sure it was somewhere, but there was a lot of material here. Could you tell me what those fiscal actions are that are what's meant by those?
Yeah, well, I'll take a stab at it. I know that there are positions that are located in attachment D, which some of those are deletions and some of those are amendments, adding positions, deleting positions. And I'm going to ask Shawnee if she can help. Sean, if you can help me in identifying other fiscal actions that are slipping my mind at the moment.
Well, thank you, Charles. Currently for this report, the actions being referred to really are the fiscal actions resulting from the position changes. As Charles had mentioned earlier, we're deleting some positions and we're also adding positions. And because of the differences in the salary ranges, there are going to be some deltas between what was budgeted.
Okay, great. I figured it was something like that, but I just couldn't put my mind on where that was. Then attachment E, I'm hoping that's a draft. When I looked at it, I didn't read the whole thing, but as I was looking through it, there were things that seemed to be in there that didn't match up with what I understood in the board report. And then there were just things within it that kind of puzzled me. So I guess I appreciate that there is this really good look at some quantification and then tying some of the recommendations together. But I'm hoping that this is here for us as information and that this will be kind of a working document going forward rather than something that we're approving and this is it.
That's correct, Supervisor.
Great, thank you. And then my only other question is, there are a lot of these recommendations. We're taking a really significant action or teeing up significant action today. And a lot of the recommendations have to do with training, data management systems, different like formation of teams or supervision tasks, all kinds of things that are important going forward. And some of them have timelines like 90 days or 180 days tied to them. I guess it seems to me that having some sort of action plan for who's going to do it, when do we anticipate it can get done, and those kinds of things, so that we can keep track. It's just a lot. So I guess my question is, when do you anticipate there being a kind of just really basic action plan like that to implement the recommendations?
That is actually what a start of that attachment was not just the fiscal part of it, but who's going to do what, and breaking it and sorting it out by A, B, and C priority of Citygate, so it's kind of by the timeline, so we can track along with it, we can check it off. So that really is kind of the start of that implementation plan that we can really dig into.
Great. Thank you. I will. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I would add into that, once the two directors are appointed, then they can, more freely look at how they would assign that work and come back with that action type of plan.
Great. That's kind of what I figured too. So good. Thank you.
I did have just a couple issues I wanted to raise. I know on the budget end, when I was looking at some of the movement of staff, a key concern for me was there was a position within the Housing and Economic Development, an MA3, I believe, or it was an MA, I'm not sure what level, but that position's proposed to be moved out of the housing. And I know that because I know what that person did as I interacted with that department, I know they also had some housing functions. And right now I do believe that housing is a key concern and priority for this board, and so I'm concerned about removing a position from housing when right now there's so much moving in that world. I don't see Anastasia on the call. I just looked to see if she was on so I could ask her the question. But Nick, perhaps you could shed some light on, has that been considered in terms of that move as we look at the additional responsibilities and expectations coming out of that department with the crisis we're in?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to recap, so the Housing and Economic Development Program as it currently exists today has had an MA3 position, which, based on previous board action, has been upgraded to Economic Development Manager. And then one of the Citygate recommendations was to retain the MA2 position that you're talking about, which had some financial responsibilities along with, to keep that with the Economic Development Unit. There's a vacant, and it's been vacant for some time, redevelopment and housing analyst position. And when Charles was talking about taking a look at the functions of that position, we are looking at the possibility of reclassifying that into a finance type position, which is what that MA2 did do in the old organization, or the current soon-to-be old organization. The other difference from the Citygate report, Citygate recommended that the senior secretary from the housing program stay with the economic development team, and we're recommending that senior secretary stay with the housing program. So we think that will accommodate the concern that you just brought up.
So just a little bit of clarification on that MA2 that's being reclassified, that would stay with housing?
The MA2 that currently exists today as an MA2 will stay with economic development, at least that's the proposal. The redevelopment and housing analyst position that's vacant in the housing program, that's the one we would look at reclassifying into more of a finance and analytical position.
Okay. And the MA2 is vacant.
Right. It's been vacant.
The MA2 is also vacant. They're both vacant.
There's two vacancies.
Vacant. Yes,
yeah.
That's true. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Supervisor Adams. You're muted, Supervisor. I'm sure those points were delightful. Let's try them again.
It's just a silver-tongued devil today. Thank you very much for the wonderful report. This is something that's been, a long time coming, and I just want to make a couple of comments and one question. But I want to acknowledge just how much everyone is putting into this process. I just know that this is a very difficult and uncertain process for a lot of people, and it's a little bit unsettling without question. You don't know to whom you're going to be reporting. You're not sure what your new card is going to say, you know, and I want to just acknowledge the graceful way that I think that everyone is attempting to handle this, because it's critical, and it really is going to have a long-term effect on things. And just one of the questions that I had is, as I look at that, and the comment that Charles had made about, you know, this is all very fluid as we move forward, and we can take action today and then those actions can change. And my hope is that we will have less change in a certain sense. I guess what I'm saying is that I do not want us to make any decisions today just to get a decision made that will have to be changed in a short period of time, as if it doesn't work out well as we think, because of what that does to the individual people who are involved with it. And so my question actually is, how long will it be before we have the new community services director hired and on staff? Because I think that's key to ensuring the partnership between the two departments, to be able to make those decisions about what gets ferreted out where, so that the employees who are being affected will know from the get-go where they're going to be, and they won't have to feel this, you know, unease of being shifted back and forth.
I would anticipate that the community services director would be appointed sometime in October.
So it's not such a terribly long time then.
No, I hope not. That's the plan at this point. That the job specification has been drafted. I just need to finalize it, and then they can do the recruitment. It's going to be an internal recruitment, and so that should speed things up.
Good. Then I would hope that you consider that. I know it's your decision in reality, Charles, but I hope that you will come to see what it is that I've just said about just ensuring that the staff doesn't feel like they're being pulled from here to there. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Supervisor. I also have a hand up from Supervisor Alejo.
As we've had several, I think this has come to us several times already, but I wanted to comment just on the housing because we are at a critical time with significant funding coming from the state and being made available, and more under the homelessness bond and affordable housing bond. More money is set to be made available. And I knew that when I became a supervisor that we needed some major changes in terms of our housing team. We've made those changes. We brought in some more experts in the field, and I think we're in a position to really do a lot more in housing in Monterey County. And so I just wanted, as we make that change from the CAO's office, and even though they're going to keep their CAO budget under as it is now, but they're going to transition into RMA, I did want to just speak up about the importance of keeping their staff whole. I know that there's an MA vacant, management analyst vacancy, and I just wanted to champion for that because, for example, we had that project Home Key come up, and not having the right staff made it difficult under a very short timeline the state gave us to be able to put an application together and find the project and do everything that was needed to put a successful application. Instead, our team worked with Salinas to help them in their proposal, which was good. It didn't create two competing projects, but rather gave us the best shot for one significant project to get done. So for me, that just was exemplified the need to keep the staff that we have, because as more money becomes available, we're not going to be able to draw it down and meet all the requirements that have, with the short timelines that have become more commonplace if we don't do that. With every just keeping one position will help us draw down millions of more dollars. I think that it just speaks for itself in terms of getting the bang out of our buck when we're able to bring big significant projects in housing or homelessness projects into Monterey County. Then we're winning as a county. So I just wanted to kind of emphasize that because I've seen the limitation that we have when we don't have that expertise to be able to put applications together. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. We're going to go to Supervisor Phillips next.
Yeah, I appreciate all the work that staff has done on this, and I think it's well reasoned and well thought out. And it's what Charles says is right. We gotta do it. We may have to make a few modifications down the road when we see. But I think. But the only concern I had was the same one I had, is making sure that's been already pointed out, making sure that we don't gut Anastasia Wyatt's department and make sure she has enough support to because housing is one of the really critical issues we have. So that's my only thought. But thank you for all the work that everybody put into this.
Okay, at this point, seeing no other hands up from supervisors, I'm going to go to public comment. I'm going to go ahead and start in the room. I see Jay Donato here. We've had a 2-minute public comment today, so we'll stick with that.
Good afternoon. Chair Lopez, members of the board, Mr. McKee, Mr. Gerard, Jay Donato at SEIU Local 521. I will be brief. I want to say we did submit a letter to the board. Mr. McKee also, he did respond to it. We do appreciate his response. We appreciate the board's acknowledgement that there will be some flexibility to discuss possible placements. I do not anticipate many staff members having concerns, but there will be some. So we will proceed and work with the county and the departments and those appointed on this. We do appreciate it. Of course, there will be issues, labor relations related with seniority and such forth, and I know we'll work that out. On a personal note, I do want to acknowledge the passing of a longtime Monterey County resident, Louis Escher. Many of you may know him or he had a lot of family and friends in the community. 93 years old. He was down on his ranch out of Gonzales on Saturday, got stung by a yellow jacket and went into shock and sadly passed away. So just wanted to give my condolences to his family and friends also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. Seeing nobody else coming forward in the room, I'm going to go ahead and turn to the Zoom. And the first hand I see up is Julie Felice. Julie, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 2-minute public comment with this board.
Thank you, Chairman Lopez. I just want to reiterate what Jay Donato said. We represent the employees and we do want to be included in whatever agreements and any issues that may result from either layoffs, seniority rights, and all those rights that the employees have vested. I also want to thank HR because we've been working along with Irma and with Ariana and Kimberly Moore, and it's been a very good pleasure. And they've got one new Michelle Gomez on board on the HR, and we're working with them, and I appreciate all their input and help. And thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I did see a hand briefly go up from Chris Walton and then go down. I just want to make sure that if she wanted to speak on this, we gave her the opportunity. Chris, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 2-minute public comment with this board.
Thank you. All right. I'm sorry I can't follow your proceedings in the live format because Brandon's picture has been looking at me for the last half hour. So if there's a way I can see you, that would be great. First of all, I just on behalf of CVA want to thank staff for the hard work and the timely response to the Citygate report. I do have a recommendation that I think would be helpful to the public, and that is that you develop a matrix of the areas of concern identified as problematic by Citygate, and not necessarily the organizational changes, but what happens within those cells of organization, and that perhaps you consider doing a report every 3 months, a progress report, understanding that you're going to be fluid, but keeping the public informed, and particularly where there are real problems in implementing, so that the public knows what the difficult issues for you are and don't impute anything else to them. And I think it also, keeps us informed and keeps you flexible as you work this whole thing out. It seems to me the most important thing would be to not have a repeat of, coming up 10 years from now and then having the same items identified like we did from the, grand jury report. So I really recommend that it be, an open and honest, dialogue as you try to implement a new system and work through the issues that have concerned us, like the length of time it takes to get something done, the quality of reports, and things that we've mentioned before. Other than that, good work, staff, in a short period of time.
Thank you, Pris. Seeing no additional hands up and nobody else coming forward in room, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for action or additional comments. I'll allow questions too.
So I guess my question is, so what are we doing here? Are we going to approve everything that was brought forward, or is it possible for us to take some of the ideas that have come forward from the board members into account? Perhaps, just go ahead and completely move forward with bifurcating the department so that we have that established, but then look at some of the other things that we've talked about that each of us was conscious of, the issues around the housing and how we want to keep that whole, or should we even discuss that? The issue that I had about ensuring that we have a new CSD before a lot of shifting starts to take place. Maybe we should just go for the bifurcation and then come back in another few weeks, I guess it will be, before the next person is hired, and not make those kinds of decisions at this point. I'm trying to find some solution here.
Well, I'd say through the chair, it seems to me that the interests that were expressed by board members are not very different from what the staff has put forward. It's sort of timing and some tweaking. I'm comfortable going ahead with the recommendations today, and to the extent there are questions about how do we manage this position or that position, have that come back, where I think the action on this is going to be for September 29th. So staff could bring back how they're thinking about handling certain things. I just think getting it in motion is important because a lot of these things take time. So I don't know if there's anything that other supervisors feel where problems would be created by adopting the recommendations today.
I'm going to quickly turn to County Council for some comments and then go to Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. What is before you is that one ordinance and one resolution. And the ordinance basically creates the two new departments effective November 30th, but it also has a kind of a skeleton structure for the two new departments attached to it, and then functions that will be assigned generally to each of the two departments. But the ordinance does allow flexibility for the two new directors to organize as they may see fit going forward. So my recommendation to you is to take the two actions today, but as an additional action, direct the CAO to come back in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever, with a response to the comments made about the housing functions and any other comments, because then you can adopt another resolution or a board order directing that certain things be done at that time. But I recommend that you adopt the ordinance and the resolution in front of you today with further direction, because it's important to get that going so that the departments get created by the end of November.
Thank you, Les. I'm going to turn to Supervisor Phillips next.
Yes, I concur with Les's comments. I think we should move forward, and I think it's a good idea to bring it back in 3 weeks or so to kind of see how they respond to our vocal comments. So,
okay, Mr. McKee.
Yeah, and just to clarify on that, it sounds like coming back on the comments would mainly be around the housing function and potentially around the environmental services function and some of the timing on addressing any of the other functions, if that's the intent of the motion maker. And
so Charles, then what you just said was the timing of the other functions. Am I to assume then that the way the splits have already been done would stay, and it would just be a matter of timing rather than real discussion on how two leaders think the department ought to be?
not
That's
necessarily.
what I'm worried about.
No, yeah, okay, I get your point. I think that that we will continue to have discussions, especially after the new directors are appointed, and as Mr. Gerard has pointed out, that the flexibility would remain to make any changes in the functions and where they're located, even after the departments are created, or even after November 30th. And at that point, it would be within the authority of the county administrative officer to make those moves from one department to another if the function should need to move from a department as opposed to internally in a department. I would expect a free-flowing exchange of ideas and discussions on that, once the departments are created, and even before that. We've had a pretty good, robust discussion along those lines, and I would expect that to continue and only to grow, just as we find the pros and cons of the recommendations as they're presented today.
So what is the will of the board?
I'll move the staff recommendation, which is to adopt the resolution and the ordinance today, and then ask the CAO and staff to report back and tell me what the right amount of time is, in 3 weeks, about any more clarity that there might be on the positions that were discussed today, or does it make sense to establish kind of a regular check-in schedule? I don't know. I'm not sure how most effectively to do this without taking up staff's time coming and talking to us when they really want to be organizing their departments.
Yeah, well,
second.
So first of all, I think the motion is to adopt the resolution and to introduce, waive reading, and set for adoption the ordinance for September 29th.
Right.
I believe that's probably what Mr. Gerard was going to say.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Charles.
And with further direction to report back to the Board of Supervisors on some of the comments were made by the board, and potentially propose, or not potentially, also propose to the board a regular updates to the board, whatever that might be. We'll come up with a good schedule of how to do that, whether that's monthly or more frequently or less frequently. We'll bring that back. I would request that you give us a month to come back. Not if we have some information on the 29th when you do the ordinance, we'll provide it at that time. But at a minimum, at a maximum at this point, give us a month to come back with addressing those additional comments.
So I have a motion from Supervisor Parker and a second from Supervisor Phillips, but there is additional conversation. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I just have got to just completely try to, I can't believe nobody doesn't see this the way that I'm seeing it. That we're going down a road, making decisions, which are probably fine decisions. I don't even know. But we're starting a path that is in the same way as we had the whole organization structured before, because we were supposed to be splitting into 2 equal departments, but we're only doing it with the existing people making the decisions on how each of the departments is going to look. And I think that the spirit of what we did through Citygate and what Citygate brought back was the importance of splitting this apart. It was too complex. But if we're taking what we, if we're just the same people are looking at it the same way, I don't see how we're going to get to where we need to go. I mean, I could be totally wrong. Carl's probably ready to shoot me at this point, but I'm talking from a management perspective. I'm talking about the years I've had of managing big organizations with tons of people and lots of departments and lots of interactions and many different changes and shifts that I had to do with in reorganization. And I'm not seeing that we're making a decision that follows good principles in that regard. And if I'm way off track, I apologize to everyone. But from my personal experience in business, this is, I think we're making a detour here, a wrong turn. Thank you for letting me speak.
I'm gonna quickly go to Council Gerard, then Supervisor Phillips, then Mr. McKee.
Thank you very much. Supervisor, I would direct you to look at the exhibits to the ordinance, because that lays the framework for what is being done. So Exhibit A gives you a skeletal framework for the housing and community development. Exhibit B gives you a framework for community services. And then Exhibit C sets out the split of the functions. And
totally looked at it, Les. Read everything, all of the colors, got it all.
But that explains how the functions are being split consistent with the intent and purposes of the Citygate report. So if you adopt the ordinance in 2 weeks, there will be a complete split of the functions into the 2 newly created departments effective November 30th. So I would just urge you to consider that the action that is being contemplated in the ordinance accomplishes the split of the departments and the functions. And it's going to take 2 months for the kind of the details to be worked out from a personnel and labor issue about which bodies go where, but the functions are going to 2 completely new departments and are being split, and the ordinance sets that table for that to happen.
I totally understand what you're saying, and I knew that. It is that function part that I'm challenging.
Yeah.
So if the maker of the motion and the second of the motion were interested to entertain the comments by Supervisor Adams, what we could do is move forward with the intent of the ordinance going forward on the 29th with the recognition that the functions, the final decision on where the individual functions go would not be made until after the Community Services Director and the Housing and Community Development Director are appointed, and we can bring back to the board a recommendation that would include their input.
No, I'm not sure I'm willing to accept that. To me, we should be policymakers, not with our hands in the sausage making, and we should look to the people who have performed those functions, as well as our CAO, to look how they're restructuring this. So I'm ready to call for the vote, because I disagree with Supervisor Adams on this.
So I have a
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. I'm going to go back to Supervisor Parker, maker of the motion.
Thank you. I guess my question is what was just proposed, was it by our CAO? Does that address some of your concerns, Supervisor Adams?
Completely.
Okay, I see. So a question I would have, so this seems like a matter of, well, it's a 6-week shift in timing. I want to get a response from Charles, but he seems to be busy.
I think there's a question about what the ordinance allows. Is that correct, as written?
If the intent is to leave the functions determination for a later date, you can't adopt the ordinance as is. So you would have to continue it to be rewritten and consistent with what the discussion has been. And we could probably get that done in a week and bring it back for adoption.
And I just want to state, I completely understand Supervisor Adams' concern about not having essentially the new leads at the table having the discussion. I get that, but I also see Supervisor Phillips's point about this is the opportunity for us to move forward and trust the staff that we have to make these decisions, understanding the intent that this board has set forward. And, you know, again, at what level are we involved as policymakers or in the sausage making? And as a sausage maker, you know, at this point, I think I'd like to stay at the policy level. I do understand the concerns, but I know that at the end of the day, if we see something that's off and if a concern is raised, that's why we're here, and we will take it up. This process is not one that ends. This is going to be a process that morphs over time as we move through this division for us to make these proper adjustments as we go through it to make sure that I don't believe that the first iteration is going to be correct. I think we're going to be making small adjustments for the coming 12 months to make it work. And I want to share that I believe that door is open, but I do want to show progress and commitment to this process to move us forward. So that's where I'm personally sitting now, but I'll turn back to the original maker of the motion.
I appreciate the discussion, and I think I'm comfortable moving forward with the actions today. And part of that is I mean, part of what I think you're saying, Supervisor Adams, is essentially you can't solve a problem at the same level that you created it. You have to get a different perspective. And so that's the idea behind getting the new department heads in and let them create their department. I'm comfortable going forward with the actions today, partly because we do have the ability to continue to direct this, but also because the department head that we don't yet have in place is it looks like it's likely to be an internal candidate, which means that that person is very likely at the discussion table now. Anyway, so I share your concern, Supervisor Adams, that we may be recreating the problem that we have, but I think we have some actions before us and we have some opportunities in the relatively near future to guide things or allow the process to be guided in the direction that hopefully will be better. So I'm comfortable with keeping the motion as it was, and I think the staff has heard the discussion about the concerns, and so can really keep an eye out for avoiding prematurely locking things in before the new leadership has a chance to set their direction.
I concur.
Okay, so the original motion and the second stand, I'm going to go to Les Gerard.
Thank you, Supervisors. I just want to point out one clause in the ordinance that says, notwithstanding the general organization and functions set forth in the exhibits, the directors may organize their respective departments in any manner as they deem appropriate or necessary to carry out the functions assigned to their respective departments. In so doing, the director shall be guided but not bound by the Citygate report. So in my opinion, that clause gives you the ability to hear from the new directors once they are appointed, and adjustments can be made in the assignment of functions and duties with respect to the respective departments.
Thank you, Les. So with that, I just want to state that I do appreciate the conversation. I think that airing that, having that out here and letting everybody hear where our concerns lie, much like the housing conversation we had at the beginning, helps to craft what we do moving forward. And I do greatly appreciate us being able to do this here in public, doing the public's work out here in the open. And so with that, I will call for the question. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
I'm voting no with the hopes that when it comes back, I'll be able to vote yes.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries 4-1. Thank you very much. With that, I will turn to Les Gerard for the final presentation of today.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. I'll try to make this quick because it has been a long day. At the end of August, the California Supreme Court issued a new decision that has an impact on the county's well ordinance. That decision is protecting our waters and environmental resources versus County of Stanislaus. And what that decision basically said was that if your water well ordinance, which deals with permits issued for the construction of water wells, provides for discretion in the decision maker on a variety of different levels, then your well ordinance is potentially subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. This will have an impact, ripple impact up and down the state because a lot of counties have somewhat similar well ordinances. We have taken a look at our well ordinance, and there is a great deal of discretion vested in the health officer who's responsible for issuing the permits. The Environmental Health Bureau does the processing of those. So we're recommending that we take basically a 90-day timeout on the issuance of water well permits in order to assess the impact of the decision on the county's well ordinance and come back no later than 90 days. I hope it's a lot earlier than that, with appropriate recommendations to amend the county code so that what the county has considered basically to be ministerial permits for all this time can continue to be so in the appropriate circumstances. There may be circumstances where environmental review is entirely appropriate for certain well permit applications. So before you today is an urgency ordinance that would order the suspension of the processing of water well construction permit applications for a period not to exceed 90 days and direct us to come back and report to you no later than 90 days with appropriate recommendations for amending the county code. We did do some reach out through the Farm Bureau and the Grower Shippers Association last week to the industry so they wouldn't be surprised by this. I have not heard of any reaction so far, but that doesn't mean there may not be some speakers to speak on the item. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerard. I'll turn to see if we have any board questions before going to the public. All right, seeing no hands up, we'll go to the public. I see a hand up from Roger Van Horn. Before we unmute your mic, Roger, I just want to remind the public participating via Zoom to please use the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen. If you're participating via landline and wish to comment, *9 raises your hand and lets us know you wish to be recognized. When the time comes, *7 unmutes you. So at this point, I'm going to turn to Roger Van Horn, who has his hand up for a comment. Mr. Van Horn?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can now.
Through the board, this is Roger Van Horn, Environmental Health. As Les said, the Farm Bureau reached out to some of the farmers this last week. On Friday, I received several phone calls from some well drillers. And yesterday, we received 12 applications. 8 were in District 3. Of those, 5 of them are agriculture wells, and 4 were in District 5. We did not receive any applications for replacement wells within the area impact of the seawater intruted area. So that's
So
where.
can you clarify, Mr. Van Horn, you say that those were accepted, but were the permits issued?
No, we accepted them and they're in process.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, is there any other public comment? I don't see any, so at this point I'm going to bring it back to the board. Actually, I just had a hand shoot up. Mr. Martinez.
I want to thank you for the opportunity, and just want to mention that my concern down here in Gonzales in the Salinas Valley is the overdraw of our water. We have not had much rain. We're having a number of companies like Man Packing, Taylor, and a number of others, and you could go down the valley constantly drawing water out of our water aquifer. Those that are doing it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I have heard, and I talked to management people there at Taylor, they tell me that there's a recycle, there's all this processing to eliminate the use of so much water. But yet, our little town of Gonzales depends on our water aquifer, and I see a lot of water being drawn out of there is my concern. My other question is, how many times has there been an overdraw on that water source? And that would be back to you, Mr. Lopez, as a supervisor for South County, Gonzales, Soledad, Chular, San Lucas, San Nardo. We all have challenges with water and water quality, and yet these corporations are coming in doing as they freely want. And I know they have influence on the elected officials. I know I used to be one. So there's ways. And my other concern is that if you guys are starting 2 new departments on housing, why can't you give some of that money to the ag commissioner so he can set up that program that we're talking about? If you have so much money, his concern is that there's no money, no resources, and there's abundant amount of money and resources, as the discussions indicate in the last number of items that have been brought up for public consumption. And I think that it's a big concern, and the ears go up when you guys start spending money, yet you tell us there's no money. Lives are at stake. People are getting contaminated. People are getting sprayed. They're afraid to complain, whether it's OPID or COVID-19 or drift, because they will be punished by not allowing to come to work, i.e. they will lose their job, they can't pay their rent, and their family suffers, so they don't
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. We're over 2 minutes. We appreciate you sharing your concerns about the aquifer and overdraft. And I can tell you the last time I think we saw a big presentation, we were out of balance by about 17,000 acre feet, but that was something that was then there was a state policy that came down, a new act, the Groundwater Sustainability Act, that has boards throughout the region working on making sure that our groundwater is sustainable, and obviously that work is ongoing. And so in terms of that big picture, that's a different policy question, but just to make sure that I answer that question that you directed at me as a representative of South County, I wanted to make sure we do that. So I'm going to bring it back to the board now, closing public comment. If I don't see any hands up, so I'm just going to, throw out, this isn't an action that I'm extremely comfortable with. I have some concerns. I've had a lot of folks reach out to me over the last couple of days. There's some of those applications that Roger Van Horn talked about where wells are failing on farms and people aren't able to water their cattle, and it's a major concern. And so I understand the need, but I would ask that, I would be comfortable initiating this, saying it starts Thursday, giving staff time to work with those applications that are not in the seawater intruded basin. Obviously, that was the comment made by Roger. There were none out there, but having a couple of those where these family farms are being completely set back by the fact that they're having to truck in water when you look at the environmental impact. That's where I'm comfortable at this point, knowing that it's 90 days only, that's where I'm comfortable. So I just wanted to throw that out on the table. But with that, I'll open it up to the rest of the board for comments, conversation, or action. Supervisor Parker, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I had a question. The the court case that we're responding to here, does it make a distinction between whether the wells are in some part of the county or other, or is it the entire the well ordinance as it relates to, I don't know, the whole valley or the whole county?
It would be the entire county, Supervisor. It's not just limited to certain sub-basins or certain areas.
Right. And so the people who are trying to get ahead of this urgency ordinance, they've put in their applications. Do we have an obligation to process them, or do they fall under the terms of the urgency ordinance? I mean, this is exactly what we're trying to do, is get a handle on how we're supposed to approach these applications. It doesn't make sense to me to have a whole flurry of them come in and then close the barn door after. Wow, I'm mixing up my metaphors here. I better stop. So my question is, yeah, do we have to process these that have come in?
We do have an obligation to process. I don't know how long they generally take to process. I guess I would suggest that in order to avoid getting crosswise with the decision that the ordinance be effective Thursday, and those permits that would otherwise be considered ministerial, in other words, where no discretion would be exercised by the decision maker, can continue to be processed, because those would not be subject to CEQA, and our office would work with environmental health to make those determinations. And based on what I understand, a lot of the situations that Supervisor Lopez has talked about would be purely ministerial, because they're not in the seawater intruded area, generally not in poor water quality areas. So with that modification, I think it would be okay. My recommendation would be to have the ordinance effective Thursday the 17th, and then a board order indicating that Environmental Health Bureau can continue, until that time, can continue to process applications that would be considered purely ministerial and not discretionary.
Thank you. Any other board comments? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and make that a motion in the form as presented by Council Gerard.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. And with that, we're concluded with today's business, but we do have some report out of closed session. I'll turn to County Council for those.
Thank you, Chair Lopez. Yes, we do have a couple of items to report out, and I apologize, I've misplaced my notes. But the board authorized the filing of amicus curiae briefs in several cases. One is the National Labor Relations Board, a matter involving the census, and the others are two new cases in federal district court, the names of which I can provide later, which have to do with the administration's efforts to remove certain protections from the Affordable Care Act. So those were the actions done today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.